pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Roll call, please.
Mayor Terry Wycombe,
Here.
Vice Mayor Jacqueline Wells, Councilmember Aaron Durst,
Here.
Councilmember Darrell Gardner,
Here.
Councilmember Davari Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember Linda Smith, here, Councilmember Chris Weisenberg.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next thing on our agenda is approval of the agenda. Councilman Martinez.
If there are no corrections, I would make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the agenda for today's meeting, the 26th, as presented. Is there any discussion?
I do have one question.
Yes.
Did we get the amounts to plug into the resolution?
Yeah, because I got it about 300,000 as a buffer.
But we need the 7 million, right?
Yeah,
For sure.
And we, even though we use that 735,000 to balance the budget, that doesn't mean that we can't sometimes see what our revenue flows are, the trends, and then see if there's that extra.
Yeah.
We could always, because of our hold on a lot of the capital projects,
Yeah,
worst come to worst, we could do a budget amendment.
yeah, we can.
Hold on capital longer if we have to, right?
Yeah.
Or split it up so
Work
that
it
the
out.
cash flow gets between when the money comes in.
Yeah. Anyway, to take this money out or to allocate this money for this $7 million grant is a no-brainer to me, but knowing that it's not borrowed money, we have the money, we just have to do this.
I'm comfortable.
Okay. Any more discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open.
Can we open yelling voting too?
You want me to call on you? You want me to?
I'll just yell yay.
Oh, there it is.
Are you?
Yeah, it come through, finally.
Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas.
All right, thank you. I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Been a motion made and second to adjourn. Any discussion? All in favor? Well, all in favor, open online voting.
Just make a motion.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. This meeting is adjourned. Next meeting will be August 2nd, 2022. Same place. All right,
Thank you.
now.
Would you guys like a break, or do you want to just roll into your work session?
What do you guys want to do?
Let's just keep rolling.
That probably got a healthy 20, 30 minutes.
Yeah. There's already working.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. We'll go on to the work session. It is 6:28. I will call the work session to order, and the first thing on the agenda is just continue on with the strategic plan, so I would turn the floor over to you, Sean.
Thank you. So we left off, we finished employees, beautification, and now we're on to infrastructure. So let's hop on in there, and you're welcome to follow on the screen up there. We're going to go into continued source water protection, including springs, wells, transmission line fixes. So this is the biggest subcategory. There's obviously a lot going on here. Let's talk about the loan for a second, just an update on where we're at, Andrea and Allison.
Yeah, so at this time, Honorable Mayor, Council, we are working through the process of obtaining a USDA loan for our major infrastructure improvement project. With that, it's the environmental process that we're currently going through, trying to get through that process and submitting to the different 8 agencies that we have in the state of Wyoming that we're required to by law to submit letters to for environmental clearance. That includes the Army Corps of Engineers, includes the U.S. Fish Wildlife Service, and then several others, and they're like SHPO. I don't want to go through the whole list, but with that we have the process and the environmental side, and then that allows us to begin to move into more of the PER, the preliminary engineering report side simultaneously, and we're looking at getting some engineers on board. We'll do an RFP process to have engineers assist us through the PER process to apply for this loan, which is a pretty big undertaking. I've been told numbers as much as $120,000 for costs for the PER, up to $180,000. But I don't think it's necessarily $180,000. It's probably closer to $120,000 based on just trimming back the scope to absolutely what we need. And I don't know that we need to have a water model, which might be around $55,000 to $60,000, which could be eliminated from that scope, just because we're starting to use quite a bit of our funding that we have for impact assistance and whatnot. I don't want to use up those unless we absolutely have to. But we're moving through that process, going through USDA.
Anything you'd like to add to that?
There is another loan available, and we're still in discussion about it, but the infrastructure legislation just put $50 million in there for water. So I think that we're gonna go back to the drawing board and also consider that, because I talked to a gentleman the other day who informed me that if we were to apply for that as a loan, we could possibly get 100% principal forgiveness. So I don't want to leave that out of the picture when we're considering which loan to apply for. Either way, we have to do a PER. Either way, we have to get engineers on board. So we're basically doing the same process that we would do for either one at this point.
The PER process will take probably a couple of months.
It'll take about 90 days, typically. And so before, realistically, if we follow the streamlined process, it'd be about 9 months out before we could do any kind of real, well, there's a pretty big design process we're gonna have as well. Some stuff I don't know if we're gonna do immediately. That doesn't require sets of plans. I don't know if the air release fence requires sets of plans to fix, if that's included in that loan. But generally speaking, we still have the design, we still have right-of-way potentially involved. There's survey, there's utilities. There's just so many things involved in these projects. It's going to be a large engineering-based project that will take a lot of time. So, but we're going to do it right.
So the estimated time that we could submit these applications, best guess?
Well, the drinking water loan is a revolving fund. So once the PER is done, I've written most of the drinking water loan. So we're ready to move on to having an engineer do the consulting for us. But Austin's the expert on how long that will take. So.
Yeah, it's hard to say at this time. I'm still trying to get a good feel.
Any questions on loan? Can I give a decent summary? Let's do an update on the pre-treatment plant.
So currently the pre-treatment plant, we have Y2 Consultants LLC as our consultant professional services provider for this project. They are meeting with us at the facility. They've come to meet us a couple weeks ago where we had a kickoff meeting and the staff came to the site and we've gone through and scanned sets of plans. We've began a sampling process. Hopefully we'll make the order for those sample containers maybe today or tomorrow most likely at this point, just so we can get a roll and figure out what kind of water we're dealing with and get the ball rolling on it. We don't have a real timeline at this time with Y2, but we have a number of challenges ahead of us. So any facility that's sat without use for 10 years is going to have troubles, and so there are things like handling safety aspects of the building that haven't been taken a look at in a while, like eye washes and potentially some chemicals that are there as well that need to be either hauled off or treated on site so that it's a safe working environment for both the consultants and for our staff. It's just been so long since that facility's been used. Going through, checking all the different safety mechanisms, evaluating, trips, falls, trip slips and falls kind of thing, making sure that all of our surfaces are up to snuff before we really start to kick into that process. And so simultaneously, while the city is trying to dress up the plant itself, and that's a city-run effort. We're having the consultant simultaneously develop the plan for the necessary chemicals and the processes required to get the treatment plant, the pre-treatment plant back online.
Councilman Martinez.
I guess what happened to me was I got a little confused on the time. You know, when you read the articles that I were reading and the phone calls that I were getting, they were saying, well, we don't know when we're gonna get it ready. It might be way late in the fall when we don't need the water anymore because it's snowing. So I guess my question is, how long do you think it would take? Just guess.
You know, if everything had been prepared and it was a situation where everything was left in place and there were no issues, we would probably have already started the pre-treatment plant already. We would have been doing dry runs.
I understand that.
But since we're having to reevaluate all the chemicals, we're having to reevaluate the entire process, it's not gonna happen this summer.
It ain't gonna happen this summer.
No, sir.
Okay. That's what I needed to know, because that's what the people got. And I was kind of confused with that. I thought we would have it late in our summer. You know, we'd have it up and running, and that started out that I was telling the folks out there on the street that, you know, we're working on it, it's looking good. There's a good chance we might be getting it in the next month or so. And then turns out we're not even gonna get it until next year.
Yeah,
Or this winter.
If I'm not mistaken, what we presented earlier on was that it could potentially be a month or it could be a year. And so we're still in a position where we're not fully sure of the schedule. It's charting unnavigated waters with a new process and new chemicals, new people.
When are they coming out again? Wasn't it like just a few weeks that they come out in?
August 1st, we're having the level 4 operator come out and do the sampling for the pre-treatment plant. And then August 8th or 10th, Kruger from, I believe it's North Carolina, is coming out to meet us on site as well. And they were originally part of the construction of that pre-treatment plant to help get back online. So there'll be a field visit there.
Well, it kind of popped my bubble, because I thought we were gonna get, you know, we would have it online closer to like September and October.
Mm-hmm.
And that's basically what I was telling the folks out there on the street. You know, we're working on it, it's close, but there's still a lot of work to be done. And I think we might be getting it at the end of the summer, and then I get to reading this stuff and I go, oh my gosh, we're not gonna get it at all. And that kind of bothered me.
Councilman Smith.
Yes, I think I have a question for Austin and whoever else wants to jump in. So now we have these severe restrictions that just came on. So tell me, where and what is the problem? And number two, what's the proposal to fix this issue? Because we can't go without water. So I'm thinking we should get every engineer that we have on any of these projects, set them down in a room and hash this out and get it moving, because I'm telling you, people are frying out there, and it's not your fault. But on the other hand, I need to know it's urgent. So what are we doing? What's the picture here?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're doing multiple things to approach this water problem right now. And so with that $675,000 grant, we're looking at providing sustainability, that is the pipeline being repaired to the point where we capture the most critical blow-offs and then get the cathodic protection back online. And those monies we've received, and now it's just a process of going through with the RFP for those consultant engineers to come on board and get a design for us. So that is the other aspect that we're working on. And then obviously the Sage Creek Springs transmission line, or Sage Creek Springs Basin Phase 1 project, the emergency project, that may capture additional water. We have this USDA loan where that will capture all of our needs and then some. It will seriously, if we can get that project up and running, if we can get that loan, it will be what we need. It's genuinely the best fix for the city. Any additional grant monies that we can receive will be extremely helpful, but
right now, where are we on that 10,000 foot line? I know it's not running, there's some issues, but what are they? And
yes.
they're not connective right now,
Yes.
and so when
Yes.
do we think it's that'll help water, correct?
Yes, so absolutely good question. So with that, I wanted to present tonight and discuss with council and the mayor to let everybody know and be as transparent as possible that with the particular line that we have on hand and with the testing having been wrapped up almost 2 or 3 weeks ago, I'm in a position where I want to make sure that the line is completely good, that there is no problem, because there may have been a vacuum break in the system that we don't see. And so tomorrow we have scheduled to have our crews. We have the camera trailer we're going to take out tomorrow, and we're going to take the tractor camera and go up the line almost 1,000 feet to make sure that that line is completely good before we switch over. Because looking back on it with the way that the testing was performed, it may have created a vacuum in the line. And I just want to make sure that the test itself didn't damage the line.
Okay.
And so with that, the contractor's standing by. We've got parts ordered. I went ahead and pulled some spare vaults that we happen to have down at the sewer shop. And so with some of the items that were missed in the contract, the original contract, and some of these, in terms of these T's, to expedite this project, we're going to use these vaults for our connections for the springs. And with that, they're going to be more operable, more accessible in the future at these junction boxes, so it'll be an improvement. I hope to get those out in the next couple weeks. So right now, we're just trying to get through and dig through what we have for locates and figure out where our connections are, because the engineering plans that I have show a connection, and we have been potholing all over the place, hundreds and hundreds of feet of potholes, trying to find these connections for our spring lines. So tomorrow, we're also going to bring up our locate kit to go do that, just so we can get this done. We need to get this done as soon as we can. And in the process of doing the design of those vaults that we have, I made a discovery that the weight of the vault is actually what is holding it down from floating because of the action of buoyancy. And then I went and I looked, and now I recall looking at spring boxes 9 and 14. And at those locations, they have polyethylene manholes, and they have gone buoyant, and they have broken. And so that is something that happened, and that, I believe that may have contributed to the overall loss of water over time in those locations, because you can actually hear the water flowing under the vault and the blockages that are associated with that. So we might even see improved flows there. That would be a relatively easy repair sometime in the future, is to repair those vaults at 9 and 14. So we're just moving in the right direction. It's just trying to get through the weeds. There are a lot of weeds.
When it goes
Councilman
down, it goes
Weisenberg,
down.
you had something?
Yeah, I got a few things to ask. If I'm recalling right, I think the prior city manager had the pre-treatment plant functional at one point in time. That's not 10 years ago. I just want to know where we get this 10 years at.
It was in 2012. The study was done, and they said it could be operable, and they actually put about $500,000 into it. And it was at that time operable, and then shut down for some reason. I'm not sure why.
I believe it was operable later than that too, at one point in time, that they had tested and done some more testing and just bought chemical not too long ago too.
There might have been some purchases in 2017, but I don't believe that they brought it fully back online. I think that they attempted to get it up for almost a week, but it was very, I don't know how to say it, but it just wasn't, it didn't have a lot of follow through, if that makes sense.
So the next thing is, just kind of piggybacking on Councilwoman Smith, is what's the timeline right now for phase 1?
Phase 1 should have been completed already.
It should have been, but it's not.
And it's not. And so with the variety of challenges that we had, so the project originally did not have bedding material. And so adding the bedding material added to the time as well. With the snow, that added a ton of time. There was just a real struggle for the contractor to get out there, days, weeks of just struggling in the mud. So realistically speaking, these connections should take less than a month. If we could just get it done. As long as we don't see a vacuum break in the line, we can get these done within a month. I'm not really concerned about that in terms of getting the connections done. And then after that, it's just
So
the
we'll
punch
be-
list and revegetating the site.
Phase 1 will be online within a month.
It should be, yeah, it should be.
Okay, now vaults 9 and 14, you said you had extra vaults. What's the cost estimate to install those now and to get them online now instead of waiting for future? Because I mean, how many gallons are we losing out of 9 and 14? This is like an emergency situation we're in with water, and we can't just afford to sit back on some simple fixes. It might not cost that as much as what you said. They're cheaper and relevant fixes that will bring a lot more in.
But I think the whole system is that way too, really, realistically. So I don't know, I'm putting my foot in my mouth, but
So 9 and 14,
yep. Those would be relatively easy fixes.
what's the cost analysis? Just throw a number, what you're thinking, and how long you think it would take to get those.
I would anticipate less than probably $35,000 to replace those 2 polyethylene vaults. But we don't have permits right now for that work. So we have to go back and.
Permit through DEQ okay.
Yeah, so we'd have to do an environmental process for that as well.
Which, I mean, I understand that. And I understand it is some kind of time consuming, but it's not as much as some people think
They
at the same
have
time.
up to 45 days to
Yep.
respond. So you can get those generally within 45 days.
I'm just, what's the estimated flow out of those vaults right there?
It's hard to know. It really is, because like on the junction number 9, I have found a number of PVC lines, 8-inch PVC lines. So far I've found 2 that are running almost full up to 9. And those are on 8-inch lines. And so they're at no pressure. So, my anticipation would be probably a few hundred GPM out of those, but I don't know how much of it's being affected by those junction boxes that are lifted, that are buoyant. So it's hard to say.
This definitely is a good use of money to fix. The only thing is it won't alleviate our current situation in time because of what you're saying, environmental.
Well, you're looking
But
at,
we should put this up higher, I think.
yeah, if we have two
Easier fix.
non-functional vaults, it's 35,000 to fix, or estimated at, 35,000, we have vaults or whatever now that would allow hundreds of GPM possibly out of each vault coming into town. That adds up real fast.
It does.
Is it just the 2 volts that we know of, or do we?
That's just all I can find so far. So any polyethylene vaults that we have installed in the Sage Creek Springs Basin and the Beaver Creek Springs Basin, if they are not anchored, they have floated because the groundwater level is the surface level of the ground. And if you don't account for that in your calcs, it will float and it will break your lines. So any place that we have polyethylene lines or polyethylene basins, we have a failure.
Is there a count?
So
Do we
far
have
I'm at 2.
inventory on account of that stuff that?
So far I'm at 2, and so this is, I'll be completely honest with you, my biggest struggle right now is trying to find record sets of plans that we have at the city. I cannot get through. We have a wall, a complete wall, like from the floor to the ceiling, probably as wide as this window, of rolled up sets of plans that I have to go through to try and find our as-bills for all of this stuff. And I am having a real hard time trying to balance my time, to be completely honest. So with that though, we have somebody on hand that is gonna assist us in that and try to get us through those sets of as-built plans. And I'm gonna have her digitize our plans so that we can make that easily sendable to consultants in the future and also easily accessible for our staff.
Councilman Smith?
I guess what my suggestion is that all of us start thinking about a seeding program where we go out and get lots of lawn seeds for everybody next year. Just say, hey, we did it to you, so we're going to help plant your lawns. It's not funny, but it's the only thing I can think to mitigate it out.
Well, you know, I want to point out something that Lake Mead is at the
Yeah.
lowest point since it's been built. It's almost a dead pool, which means there'll be no water flowing in and out. So things won't live in it. Same with Lake Powell. The whole western half of the United States is in a incredible drought. We live in a desert. The eastern half of the United States is having floods. I mean, it's not really anybody's fault. We're in a drought situation. It's you know, some of these things move around under the ground too when the moisture content changes and ground shifts, and so we're in a drought. I don't know what else to say. Councilman Martinez?
I'm going to mention what I talked about last week. Visiting with one of my constituents has 50 years or more experience in landscaping, and I went through his property and we walked and talked, and he's 92 years old, but he says, you know, Ibarra, he says, I'm not being critical of the city, he says, but you're making a mistake by allowing people to water 8 hours a day. That water is wasted water. And what he said to me, and I visit with Sean about this, and we don't agree, but that's okay. What he suggested was that we cut that in half, 2 hours to the residents. He says he waters his property in 30 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and then he's done. But he said that by cutting it in half, it gives a chance to saturate the soil with some water, and then you wait a day, and then the next day when you put water into it, that water will soak into the ground. But if you let it set for a week, you're trying to put water on concrete, and it's just going to roll off and disappear. So he says you're wasting water. I don't know. I'm not an expert in that, and I understand that we've hired people that supposed to be in that field. I was just wondering if that was something that we could consider doing and still.
A lot of the reason, that's why we put it into water at night, because during the day, if you did water during the day, you would have evaporation. You'd probably lose more of it, but at night you don't have the evaporation. So even if the ground is hard, it will soak in the evening time and that late at night.
Well, I can tell you, I can probably water 3 out of the 4 hours you give me, and it's not soaking into my grass. And then he kind of gave me an idea, so the following Monday, I started just a little sprinkler. Instead of watering, I just used a little sprinkler, and my grass is at a downhill flow. You set it up there on the uphill side and just slowly run a little bit of water there for 30, 40 minutes, and you can see it. You can see where it takes a long time to get down to the bottom. That's because the water's going into the ground. But that was his take on it, and he thought, you know, if you go look at his property and look what he's done with what little water we give him, it is nice, real nice.
We have a lot of residents that are sticking to the program, and their lawns look amazing. You know, doing the watering in the evening.
And it might be
the
depend
60
on the
minutes
kind
out.
of soil that they have
Yeah.
underneath.
Well, yeah, and there is different soils throughout town, so that could be a factor.
Landscaping people here in town, I called them up and they come over and looked at mine. Mine isn't only a water problem, mine is a deer problem on top of the water problem. But having said that, he looked at it and he said, your ground your topsoil on that ground is terrible. He says it's more clay than anything. That's why your sod didn't take. And I think he's right. I think when they laid my sod, they took the topsoil and just left the mud underneath to try to plant that grass on. Yeah, I'm gonna do it again, do it over again. But I just wanted to bring up his idea of how he thought we should have done it. He thought giving the citizens 8 hours on Monday to water is giving a lot of water away.
If I might
Yeah, go ahead.
interject. So with this, at the current time, we're evaluating our tank levels on a daily basis. We're watching them, and we're looking at the drawdowns on the tanks.
Okay.
And at this time, I hate to say it, but we are on average about 5% a day that we're losing on the tanks, if you consider all the watering days and everything. So at this time, we are beginning to see a pretty substantial draw on the system, and our tanks reached the upper 40 percentile this last week. So with that said, our storage is drawing down, and we had a meeting on Tuesday with the Parks Department and with Public Works, City Manager, and looking at that, we're gonna stop watering the parks for up to a week, potentially, just to see if we can catch back up. But,
Are there a lot of people cheating?
Yes.
And, you know, I see it myself, to be honest with you, and it drives me crazy. And my lawn's, from a distance, kind of looks green, but it's in bad shape. But I wouldn't dare run mine on an off day. They'd be burning my house down. But I have seen a lot of people do it, and you drive around town and you see the difference. And part of the difference in how a place looks is shade. Because in my yard where I have shade, my grass looks great. Where I don't have shade, it's kind of a problem, and I have to water extra there when I can water. But yeah, I just was curious. I'm glad that if they are doing it wrong, that we are getting aggressive. I have no problem with that whatsoever if they're not following the guidelines, because they're putting us all in danger.
I see folks that are seniors that are not, I don't think they keep in touch. They just they're just doing their living thing, and they're not hiding it. They don't hide that they're watering. They do it in the middle of the day. It's their time to water. They put the hose out there and water, and I don't think they mean anything by it. They're just not aware of that we're having a problem, or they're not sure of the time or what. They just water.
We are putting out flyers in the water bill that have the restrictions on them. We have put them out before. I mean, we're doing the absolute best we can to get it out to the public where we're at. So I see a lot of people are just going around that and watering their lawns. They're doing it in the evening time when we're not working, and a lot on the weekends. And you can see in the last couple of weeks, there's a trend. When that heat wave hit, they started using a lot of water. So at this point, we're looking at giving citations now, because we have to get a grip on it. Otherwise, we will lose the water in the tanks. So.
You were thinking of having some people go out even on Saturday?
Yeah,
where
we're
you'll
gonna.
be able to catch
Yeah, me
more.
and Mike O'Brien are gonna start doing evenings and Saturdays and just driving around and see if we can't catch people, because we're gonna have to give citations, and you have to do it in person. So
Why don't we
catching them on the
start-
weekend.
why don't we start when we don't
You don't have the
meters?
floor, hang on.
Oh,
Keep going.
go ahead. I'm
So
sorry.
yeah, we have to meet with the people in person. So I think on the weekend or in the evenings when people are home from work would be the best time to catch them, and give them a citation and teach them. This is getting really bad, and if we don't stop, we won't have any water at all. So.
Those locations will start.
I got Councilman Weisenberg.
Yeah,
next.
we're actually doing some training with the police department tomorrow afternoon for citations. So we're probably going to be starting this weekend on Saturday, doing a drive around it.
Okay, Councilman Weisenberg?
Yeah, Sean, real quick, it's a fear to have to think about going into another low pressure situation like we did in March. and you're talking about we're losing in the tanks and not gaining, what's your plan at this point in time? I want to know personally, what's your plan at this point in time with losing in the tanks? Are we going to staff 24-hour shift work or whatever we have to do to make sure we do not go into that situation again?
So we meet frequently. We'll meet again as a group on Monday. And the next touch point will be on Monday, and we'll see where the tanks are at. And if we need to make an adjustment, if we're not making progress, for example, and we have to say no more watering or whatever, we're gonna do that as a group. And
At this-
we need to meet more frequently to make
At this
sure.
point,
So
it's enforcement. We have to get the public to stop.
At what level of tank droppage are we gonna say we need staff on hand to, in case another break happens, to be able to have time to get there and do that, so something is monitored 24 hours, or, you see what I'm saying? What point is your point at that time to say we need to have coverage? Because obviously we didn't have enough coverage last time, and we didn't get valves shut in time, and we were very unsuccessful at that. So I wanna see a plan in place
Our plan
for
is that
being proactive.
Yeah, basically, we don't like it going below 50% on the water days. That's why we're actually doing something now, because we saw it hit 50% on the water days. It does catch back up on the non-water days to like 70%. That's why, Parks Department is helping us on not watering for a week. We can probably bring our tank levels back up to, that 80 percentile with holding back that water. And we will see some dwindle back, and so we'll have to jump back and forth a little bit with Parks Department and kind of sweep with what we did is because this was the first time we saw tank levels hit 50% on a water day. Every other day they were staying up.
I understand that. What I'm asking is, what is the plan right now for staffing to keep this from happening? What is your plan to keep people going and not the citizens watering situation, right? Like for monitoring the tank levels and percentages is what I'm asking. So we do not go
every
into that.
single morning. We watch tank levels every single morning, and even if we do have a break, our tank levels they're at enough to where we could handle a break overnight if we're at 50%. We shouldn't see a bad loss in water. So that's why we are being proactive.
Pam, you had your hand up.
There's just something I was just thinking about is on our software system for the water. I mean, I know that Nancy and I have had some discussions, and this is another thing, I don't know if it addresses Chris on the tank levels, but on another side, Nancy can look every day. I mean, do we need to, as staff, I mean, I would give Sandra for a couple hours if she needs to spot check, what did this, it's to drive around would take time, but for us to sit at computers and look at that system and say, okay, this person used this much last week. Now, I mean, is that something we could do and help Nancy out in the water department? Is that an option?
Nancy's checking the system.
Every morning.
Okay, I just wondered if we could just throw somebody in there to help her to spot check different addresses, just throw in an address. I didn't know if that would help the situation out, just a suggestion.
Another comment I want to make too is Jason is very willing that before we affect residents any more than they are affected right now, if we have to pull away from parks more, we'll do that before we do any more to our residents. I hope that would be agreed on by the council. We don't want to affect them any more than we have to. And there's a lot of water that goes to our parks and green spaces that really can make a pretty big difference in refilling those tanks.
I think that's one advantage we have that we've known about. We can turn off the switch and we just stop watering parks and cemetery. I think the cemetery, what was it, 500,000 gallons per week? And so feel a little more comfortable because we did do a lot of extra effort last fall. We aerated all of our parks, the cemetery, we fertilized all of our parks, so we tried to strengthen the turf before wintertime, and I think that's why you see the parks lasting a little bit longer than maybe some other yards. It's going to turn, but because we actually had complaints and they're like, well, how come you're watering the parks every day? Well, we're not. We just took care of them last fall. So, but we do have that advantage that we can turn it off like we are Thursday. We won't water it all Thursday. We won't water it all Monday, and then we'll revisit the situation Monday, and we'll do what we can because livelihood and getting water to residents we feel is more important.
Councilman Martinez?
I think you're all doing the best you can with what we got. The one of the questions that I have is, what about those people that we can't monitor? They don't have a meter. What do we do with them? How do we check on them? You see, I don't know, and I don't know this for sure. Maybe they're not using any. Maybe they're using less than household. I don't know, but there's no way to check on them. They don't have a meter, and you're talking probably 15, 20 people.
Are you talking about the Glen Edition only, or are there others?
I'm sure there's others in town. I don't know. I don't.
I don't know of any residents that isn't metered. I know we have meters that have issues that we have to go and fix. I mean, we have service guys on a daily basis running around fixing meters and MXUs that aren't reading right, and to try to keep track of all of our waters. So we're doing that on a daily basis as far as service calls.
And how about like at Cherokee, where they use water up there, and they're paying more for it than they do in town.
Yeah.
Do we go out there and we monitor them and see if they're using more water than normal for their stock, or?
I know as far as one of the scenarios out there, they local plumber actually went out there to fix a line and actually put in 2 meters. So we have 2 new meters on one of those issues out there as of right now. So we are not letting people have water without it being metered. And if there is another instance in town that I'm unaware of, it's really hard to track water if we don't have a meter on it.
That's right. That's right. Okay, thank you.
Sean?
I think it might be helpful for the council if I'll try and provide at least 1, if not 2 updates a week right now on the water situation.
Yeah.
Because you guys are talking to residents all the time and you need those updates. Would that be helpful?
Yes.
Thank you.
And everybody wants, it's been a blessing for me. My water bill went down by about $200 a month this year in the summer, because I have a huge yard and I thought it should all be green, and it don't need to be. And so it's kind of made me rethink what I'm going to do, and I hope other people do the same. I'm going to get rid of some grass, put in some rocks, and a little buffer zone between the rocks and the grass. I learned that.
Well, you look at places like Vegas, and they have financial incentives to remove your grass and go to a
well, that's
drought conducive landscaping or whatever.
Well, and it's going to get worse out there because, like I say, Lake Mead is at the lowest point since they built it, and that's where they get their millions of people get their electricity and water. And I mean, we got it made compared to them.
Finding the bodies now because it's so low.
Yeah, it's
and also with all these projects moving forward next summer and the years to come, I don't see us going into this scenario again. If we get pretreatment up and running to where we can run it next summer and start it early, that'll cure a huge problem. Yeah. We get the cemetery water line. We get that installed. That's 500 to 1 million gallons a day of water. That's treated water going back there, but we're putting the treated water back into our system. We do the spring box repairs. If our trunk line does what we think it's going to do, and then we get a good flow season, in future, we're going to have more water than we know what to do with. So, I mean, that's me and Austin are trying to bring more water into this town than we know what to do with.
It's just
And-
crazy timing where there's like 3 different things. Any one of them can fix the problem, but they're all just right there out of reach, and they'll
Yeah.
all happen at the same time, and then we'll laugh about it, I guess.
Yeah.
But
Perfect storm.
And yeah, in summers to come, we'll all sit around and look back on this and just have a good laugh. But
you guys will end up bald-headed like me over this.
we're rubbing holes in our foreheads.
Yeah,
We'll have a celebration when it's all done.
we'll have a water balloon
Well,
fight.
people ought to be
Have the splash pad.
people ought to be thankful we got you folks out there watching that water. I mean, if we didn't keep an eye on it like you folks are doing, it would really be in some trouble.
Do you have
Yep.
anything more
I
for us,
appreciate
Austin?
that.
Yeah, unfortunately, there may come a point when we have to ask residents to completely cut off for irrigation, unfortunately, to no days a week. I just don't know what the weather looks like in terms of the heat, and it's gone up with the heat, where we've had a higher usage. I just don't know, I don't have really good solutions with regards to the city irrigation.
In talking with Bud, he's a big proponent that if we can kind of stagger the parks and rec and get that 1 million gallons a week back into the tanks and, you know, get it topped off, and even if we are dwindling down, but we take a week or 2 here or there and just top them back up with that, we should be able to get through August and hopefully be okay. That's our hope right now by looking at the numbers and what we got coming in and what we can save by doing this. And realistically, he's pretty confident it's just gonna be this month we're gonna be in this really stressful scenario. And by September, we should be coming out of it.
I
Looking at
hope we
trends.
can curb the people that are
Yes.
cheating. That seems to me
Yeah.
like the problem, because the only way usage went up was people doing it more.
Yeah.
When they were already doing it as much as possible, and all of a sudden I had one guy, he said something about my lawn, and I said, I can't water more than once a week. I'm not gonna do it. And he goes, just get up at 3 a.m. and do it like I do.
Well, for a while, when we first set this in place, it was pretty flat across the board. Everybody was doing good, the tanks were up, and then as soon as we hit that heat wave, it was just a dramatic change. And you catch people all the time watering them during the day, or when we're looking at meter usage, you can see it at night. They're running their sprinkler systems at night. It stands out like a sore thumb. Those are on timers, and on your water meter, it says 3 o'clock in the morning to 4 o'clock in the morning. You're using 500-600 gallons of water, and it's consistent every single day. I don't know any other reason why people are up in the middle of the night, 3 o'clock in the morning, other than to water your lawn.
Taking a super long shower.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, it bothers me when I see people doing it. I don't turn them in, it's not my job, but it makes me grit my teeth, because it's being selfish.
if we would, if the residents would stick to the plan, we wouldn't be in having to do this right now and go under these extreme
Well,
restrictions.
just like everything else, if they won't stick to the plan, then they get a fine.
Yeah.
And
And it's not everybody, but there's a bad percentage around, and I feel really bad for the people that are sticking to the plan or not watering and to try to help the city, and then there's people that are blatantly cheating right on their street, right in front of them. I
Right.
think that's pretty horrible.
I agree. Well, I appreciate all you guys do. Like Dabari said, you see the people and they complain and moan, and then you tell them about the guys that stayed up 3 days and nights fixing it and slept in your trucks and all the extra work you guys have gone through. It's not gone unnoticed or unappreciated, I'll tell you that.
Thank you.
If we're okay, let's move on to our next item here.
Okay?
Emergency hydrovac contract.
Oh, so that was, we needed to actually clean out basically a water storage tank at the river pump station. We had a whole bunch of grit in there. Currently, we've got a contractor that's looking into doing it for us, so it's moving along pretty good. We just want to keep all of our systems clean at this point.
Did we just buy a hydrovac?
It's probably not large enough for that project. Is the hydrovac we just purchased not large enough?
It's just a little bit too small. Basically, it's for manhole faults. our blow-off vaults, our spring vaults. This vault is about the size of this room.
I see.
So it's a pretty big vault.
The next part is phase 1 through 5, which we've, I think, talked about pretty good tonight. Standard operating procedures.
Those are progressing along. Bud is actually working on ones for the water treatment plant and a wastewater plant. And we will be getting in the process of the pre-treatment plant. That's part of this engineering firm's scope of work, is to give us an O&M manual on it. So we'll have that when this is finished.
Councilman Weisenberg?
Was there no SOPs at all on file anywhere to be found for that?
There's really old ones, but not with what we're trying to do now. We want to have a better one in place. So we're redoing the ones that do exist. So we would like to have
We
a
follow
better-
the SOPs now that's in place. Even if they're 30 years old, we're still following the current, that's a current SOP.
And then some. That's why we want to redo it. So
Want some?
we're going over and above what the old ones are. So we want to actually redo them to what the
Yeah.
standard is now. So
I'm just wanting to, there was SOPs in place, we're following the current ones now
Yeah.
as we redo them. Okay.
And I was kind of bothered by, at the forum, some people were saying we don't have any manuals, we don't have any SOPs. And that's not the truth, because we do. They're just old. They need updated.
yes.
And I should have said something about the water treatment engineers providing us an update as part of
They're
the
more
scope of work.
a working document. They're ever changing, especially in the times that we're going through. So, I think it's something that in the future we just keep looking at, like every 2 or 3 years, we look at the manuals and update.
The next one is a new SCADA system, which is further out, but, and then, Cody and I had a meeting today, with the BLM, and we had a discussion about how to protect our source water at the springs, because of the potential of allowing mining or that sort of thing up our springs, and that can mess up our water. They went in a little bit today about the process that BLM has for us to be able to get into their plan and get that protected. And then we talked about, I'm gonna reach out to SLIB and visit. I have a point of contact now, and I'm gonna visit with them about their process so that we can protect our water up there through their, whatever process they have. I'll figure out what that is. And then we'll start making progress, and then we'll talk about doing a follow-up meeting with the BLM where we can get a bunch of their team members together to help us put kind of like a request together, so kind of getting all of our ducks in a row before we say this is what we're requesting of BLM. So we're working on that. The next one is the proposed floodplain. Any updates on that one?
Yes, so we're looking at getting a trespass permit from Aggie Grazing so that we can perform the geotechnical work and do the survey of the site for the diversion structure that we're looking to either maintain or to improve so that we can mitigate the FEMA floodplain. The current timeline looks like there still may be some notices that will come to citizens at some point next year, if I'm not mistaken, regarding the flood insurance. But we are diligently working on it. It will be a project where if we have to simply maintain it, the structure that's there, great. We'll have an easement and leave it as is. But if we're looking at a major improvement and having to get a grant and doing major construction, we're looking at probably seeing if Aggie would be interested in a property purchase to maintain that structure so that we can prevent ourselves from having to be required to have flood insurance.
When you said Aggie, who's the owners of that?
Aggie Grazing is, I believe, out of Fort Collins or the Denver river area.
Oh,
I can't recall the names.
I thought a lot of that was on SB's land.
Yeah, I believe the SBs lease the property from Aggie Grazing Corporation.
Oh, okay.
The next one is the water line to the cemetery. There's a few updates on that.
Oh boy. So there's some considerable sticker shock on the cemetery water line project. So the same engineers that gave us the higher numbers for Edinburgh Street are also giving us a fairly high number on the cemetery water line. It's their professional opinion. They believe that it would be potentially upwards of $4.5 million to do the cemetery water line. And that's whether you approach from Rochelle Golf Course directly or you approach from their booster station, it's about that dollar amount on their estimates. Now, however, I do believe that the price, my hope is that you could, and in my experience, generally speaking, you will be able to get a much lower price than that, at least for the pipeline. And then the great thing about going from the Thayer booster station is that in tandem, as a 6-penny project, Washington Street also can help with those costs on that project. So we have some synergy between the two projects where one is able to help cover the cost of the road construction to repair the subgrade, and then the asphalt where it's going to be patched in, and then also the cemetery water line, obviously, to take it to the cemetery.
So come from the south instead of right from the golf course, come from their booster station north.
Yes, and so we were looking at different schedules for pumping water effectively from the river that could be used for both the golf course and then switched off and sent up to Atlantic Rim. We have valving set up where we can directly water down to the cemetery water line through Thayer Booster, straight up the line to the cemetery at pressure, so that we don't have to pump actively to the cemetery.
Well, and wouldn't you be going right past Bolton Park and
Yes.
tee off there and?
So the great thing is that working with WWC is that we've, in this project, been able to capture almost 85% of the green spaces in the city, at least on the trunk line. Those are all future improvements. Those would be their own projects where we have to pay additional money to another contractor and design and whatnot of those individual lines that will branch off. But I wanted to capture and make sure that we would be able to provide water to these green spaces in the future. So
Yeah.
it is a large amount of money. I understand that we originally anticipated only $1 million for the cemetery water line project. I think it's going to be more than what we want to pay, but I think it will be far less than 4.5, especially when you consider the synergy between Washington Street improvements and the cemetery water line.
Yeah, I got a second.
Okay.
Councilman Weisenberg?
So my question is more along the lines of what would we capture more of for less money in the future? I understand capturing, coming on Washington Street, capturing Bolton Park. I get that, okay? I get being able to capture probably green spaces, the green belt's coming by there too. But in the future, if we come from Rochelle at the same amount to come that direction, are we gonna be able to capture more for less? You see what I'm saying? Like tee off, be able to go up Harshman to the ball fields, capturing on the schools to reduce that kind of stuff. You're not too far from the green belts on Cedar Street that way. You get the VFW ball fields immediately off of that, just like you would Bolton Park. So which way would we go future-wise to be cheaper to capture more?
That's a good question. So the engineers were directed to determine through estimating both the construction costs and the operational costs. And based on the operational costs of having an additional pump station for the green spaces, we're looking at an overall higher cost to operate the pumps to those other green spaces directly off of Rochelle. So it would be a better choice to go directly to Thayer and then up to be able to pump up to Atlantic. And in addition to that, we have other water that we may have in storage during I believe it's the winter time, that can then be brought from Atlantic off the springs water into our secondary water system as well. That has a higher turbidity. So it provides us a greater amount of flexibility to be able to water our green spaces and also kind of leverage those waters that we're able to capture in the winter time that we may not need for drinking water.
Well, and both routes would kind of be the same thing. You have to go from the golf course, the cemetery, north to the school areas that you're describing. Either way.
Yeah, and that's why
So
I'm just
that
didn't
leg
know
would
if,
probably be,
I didn't know if you come past down Daly and past the VFW fields, you capture that, which would be probably close to equal of capturing Washington, or I mean Bolton Park, right, with the water. And then you're closer to the majority of the sports with the sports complex and stuff that way with the schoolyards and that's why I say I didn't.
but once you get it to the cemetery, regardless of the route, from there to the school properties and all that is gonna be the same. No matter whether it came from the south or the east, I believe. I'm not an engineer, so we'll
Yeah.
wait until the engineers tell us.
I'd like to see some
Well,
routes and.
Coming from the golf course, the pump station out there cannot water the golf course and the green spaces at our cemetery at the same time. So you either have to do one or the other. If we come from there, on the backside there, we can actually water the cemetery and then pump the golf course at the same time, because we'd have the valve shut off coming from there, and we'd be using the tank at there or Atlantic Rim, running it downhill with gravity feed. So we could actually do both at the same time if we go from there. And the sticker shock, the original plan was just for the cemetery, for the water line. And as we got through this process, we started thinking bigger picture and future. And that's when we started looking at other green spaces. So the size of the pipe from the beginning to now has quadrupled. Like, we were thinking like an 8-inch line for the cemetery, and now we're at a 22-inch line. So, or 18 or 22, I can't believe, for the main trunk line. So that's where the price increase is up. But this is the main trunk line for everything. For future expansion, we have to have this big line in, and then we can split everything off. So future projects should, cost less money.
Sean?
Our other difficulty right now is the amount of money that we have for 6 penny, which I'm gonna put Tom on the spot for a second. For 6 penny, wasn't it around 2 million, a little over that? So if this project is in the amount that you guys are talking about, we have an obvious problem there too that we're gonna have to figure out.
How much longer does that 6 penny run, and how much are we collecting a year? Tom, do you? I know that's asking you a loaded question, but
I will research that for you. I don't know right on the top of my head.
we're the only town that didn't bond. I wish we would have, because then we'd have the money at our disposal. And I think what people didn't understand was you didn't start paying interest till you borrowed that money. So if you didn't need it today, you didn't borrow it today. And then when you did borrow it, you started paying interest, but the other way, we have to wait and collect the money, and by that time, inflation's killing us.
I know that it's kind of a tricky question to know how much comes in, because it depends on how much sales tax is coming in, and that impacts how much we're collecting. And don't quote me on this, I feel like it was like 90,000 a month or something like that we get, but we'll confirm. So that's
But wind
still
farms
puts
pay
us
sales
out.
tax too, and that, whatever we've collected off of those are gonna slow way down.
It's a 20-year project or collection project, isn't it?
Yeah, so how long's this been collected, going, do you know?
2019, somewhere after that.
19, so 20, 21, 22, so we'll be collecting money for the next 17 years.
Or until we reach like 12 million is the cap on us.
Oh,
That's how much the city asked for? I suppose we could look at going back and bonding, but we'd have to cut off a project.
isn't it too late to bond?
I don't know. I think
It's the
they've
same as
gotten all
borrowing
that.
money, it just,
Yeah.
You think you were past that point?
Bonding, what I like about bonding is if you borrow the money, they give you all the money and then you pay all the interest. Where with a bond, they give you $1 million, you get $1 million bond, let's say, and you need 100,000. Well, you get the 100,000 and you're paying interest on 100,000. Then when you get the second 100,000, then you pay, you see what I'm saying?
Drawdown.
So, bonding can be pretty darn cheap. I was sad to hear that the city didn't bond, but I understand both ways, but when you have an inflation rate that's outrunning your interest rate, you're losing money. So, Jason, I'm sorry.
Just an example, I was talking to the county clerk, and I believe they bonded for the project for the carbon building. And just one thing that she had mentioned was, because they had the money then, think of the money they saved from inflation and the costs going up over time. That was huge, and their project's done. They'd been waiting for funding to come through, so there's definitely merit to that.
Yeah, if there's no inflation, collecting it as you go is kind of okay too, because you can't do them all at once. I mean, there just isn't, we don't have that, we're having that problem in our city right now. We have money for things we can't accomplish because we don't have enough people to do it, and the engineering and all that sort of stuff that goes with it. But when the inflation is where it's at, bonding would have made total sense, but.
Wendy, could you check the ballot question and see if it's on the ballot whether we said we were going to bond or not bond? Because I didn't know, I know that committee when we originally did the
Is that okay?
the 6 penny for the last go around. I was on that committee, but we bonded for all of those things, and this one we chose not to because we thought we could get more money by not bonding. But I think if it's on the ballot, then we won't be able to ask if we can do after the fact bonding. But if it's not, or if it's not on the ballot, then we might see if we could check into that.
While you're looking at that, I'm going to call a 10-minute or 15-minute recess.
Okay.
I only need 5. Sure, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, but I'll be outside waiting for you.
I got my little munchie pile over here. I'm feeling pretty good.
Oh my goodness, you have them all.
That's right.
Yeah,
I'll
well,
have to
I
come
take
step
them
by
on.
you.
I'm gonna share one with somebody.
Take them out.
Might go get
Something about salt that makes you hungry.
Right? I was like, ooh, salt. Now I'm starving.
As I was walking out of the house, Debbie goes, "We haven't eaten all day." I said, "Yeah, I know." But I used
Still more.
If that works, and then we can just report back to council what Wendy finds on that, and then go from there.
on the bonding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. If that doesn't work, what would the council like to do on that? I mean, if the pre-treatment is working, which it should by next season, then we will be okay with watering throughout the year. And so I guess what I'm saying is we could wait until we get enough funding to pay for the cemetery line. Or we could take another approach of being more aggressive in some way, trying to get maybe a loan, a smaller loan that could, bridge the difference between where we're missing, how much more we need after the 6 penny. But maybe we could decide a little bit later after we find out that first answer.
Is the Washington Street the 6 penny project too? Okay, so we need to know what those two cost together, I think. You know what I mean? If we combine those two, it should make one or the other cheaper because we're cutting one piece of asphalt, we're digging one ditch, so forth and so on. I'd like to look at that approach and know, I mean, do we have to wait another 5 years to collect enough money? If that's the case, we have to do something else. If we have to wait another year, that's another deal. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. So I guess we'll just find out the first answer and come back and then we can rediscuss. Does that sound okay?
There was a plan though, wasn't it, that before we ran into this problem with the water, that we were gonna take some funds and do something to get some of these projects moving, and then reimburse those funds with the 6 penny. Is that
Yeah, that is the other option. When we finish up this audit here in the next little while, we could just see where we're at and see if there's enough money that we could, try and tackle this earlier than later. Yeah.
Or match the 6 penny funds with our own.
Yep.
Or borrow it from the general fund
Fund, yeah.
and pay it
Pay
back
back.
with 6 penny as it comes in over the next, 18 years?
Then some of these projects that we're doing, if they come back to us under what we anticipated spending, we could take that money and put it into the water problem. Is that,
No.
I missed the first part of your
Well-
question. Sorry.
the cost, we're kind of guessing at the cost of Washington Street, Inverness, and some of these. If those costs come under what we are gonna use with the 6 penny, we could take that money and put it into the water. Is that,
No.
Not on the 6 penny, because those are designated projects.
they are, but.
Yes.
But if we completed the project and it's under budgeted, that money left over,
Goes
is
for the
that
same
legal to
time.
use it somewhere else?
No,
To
No.
another,
the only thing you can do is put it in a maintenance fund for the same project.
or couldn't we switch it to another project that was on that list?
As
Yes.
long as it's on the list.
As long as it's on the list, we can switch it to there, but we couldn't switch it to something that was not on that ballot question.
I believe we may be able to reduce the scope of work on certain projects that are 6 penny to accomplish what the city needs.
Or didn't we move some of that money to this project of putting the water line from the river to the cemetery? Wasn't some of that money 6 penny?
It all is.
At all, right? So we were able to change that.
We haven't really changed anything.
That wasn't on that list of 6 penny, was it?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
It was on the original?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, I thought that was one that we decided that,
No, it's 6 penny.
oh, okay, okay,
We just prioritized it up higher.
yeah.
We want to do it higher
So that's.
because of the water.
You know, it gives you, realistically, the ballot gives you a lump sum amount of $12,193,000, $193,076 as a sort of total cost for all these projects. And the scope of each project is not well defined. And so it's one where you could obviously overbuild something and then it's gonna take away from another project. But I believe in the process of developing this 6 penny fund, they looked at some engineers' estimates that were kind of rough, and then that they developed the total cost.
But we could switch the money from one project to another that's on that list. Because like you say, they don't well define how we spend it.
Yeah, as long as it's on a 6 penny project.
Okay.
Well, and another thing with that
It's gonna be.
water line to the cemetery and Washington Street, they're both on the list. And if we got estimates, it very well could be that even with inflation, because we're doing them at the same time, we could be right on or under possibly. Does that make sense?
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah. Councilman Weisenberg?
So the amount you said we have currently is how much again?
A little over 2 million.
So is that with the million allocated for the underpass? Or is that we're gonna have to pull the million out of that, 2 million right now?
We'll pull just over 100,000 or
287 by
something
gas.
out of that 2 million for the underpass. It's a small amount because YDOT's picking up the tab basically. We're only picking up like 90% of that project.
And that was a 6 penny project?
Yes.
The match to it was, yeah.
Okay, so we're down like 1.9 or whatever. Okay, I thought it was a higher amount than that, so.
Yeah.
But we have to pull that out still.
Yeah, yep.
Okay.
But by the time we do, we will have collected
Hopefully.
A million more, maybe.
maybe $1 million more, close to that anyway, at $20,000 a month for,
90,000 a month, right?
It's kind of what's in the plan, but,
for,
yeah.
okay. I'd like to know the average of sales tax that we collect monthly. Just kind of an idea of what that income looks like, if we could, Tom. I'd like to take out the wind farms because they pay sales tax too, and that's like, the money we get from wind farms should really be one-time purchases because that's not a steady income. So, do you see what I'm saying? I'd like to have the wind farms maybe pulled out of that if that's possible.
I think it is, because we look at past years when we didn't have the wind farms, and the normal sales tax that we get each year is about $2 million. So you divide that by 12, is 166,000 on average, and that's without wind farm consideration.
Okay.
I was also wondering if we've done any calculations on the layoffs at Sinclair Oil Company and how that's going to affect our revenue. Do we have any feeling for how that might?
I haven't looked closely
I
at
we ran some numbers the other day. So if you take 100 employees and their take-home was around 50,000, you're talking $5 million that they're not spending, on their
And
market.
times 7 rollover, that's a big chunk of money.
Well, but some of those jobs will be replaced by contractors.
Correct.
So, I don't know what that percentage is, but
Yeah, we're working on that.
quite a few of them, 50 to 75% probably. Because like the trucking company, their gas stations have to get fuel. So if they're gonna quit the trucking, those will all be, some private entrepreneur will pick that up.
Well, and then yesterday, we had a really good showing at the job fair, and there were quite a few Sinclair employees that were talking to Williams, Crowhart, and filling out applications. So it was, what? And Cedars Health. So yeah, so we had a really good turnout at the first job fair yesterday.
Good, thank you for doing that, by the way. Participating in that, that's a big deal. But anyway, the thing about the layoffs at Sinclair, I think the physical effect might not be as bad as the psychological effect. Everybody's climbing up, and I know several people that had projects that, they're gonna wait a year to see how it pans out, where I don't think they should, but that's what happens every time it happens.
Wendy just told me that we can't bond.
We cannot.
Once the option is made, it can't be changed.
Well, shucks.
Jukes.
Yeah.
So we get inventive.
Well, then we just have to borrow money a different way.
We want to reassess when we come back and discuss the capital,
Yeah.
and then we'll have the answers on where exactly we're at.
Once we know where we're at, it'll make a lot of those decisions a lot easier.
Yeah, and if we have more cash carryover than we thought we had too, that might go a long way to saying, hey, we don't have a problem.
Yeah.
You never know.
The next item is water meter fixes, which we have under here is like Glen Addition, some master metering, replacement of outdated meters and meter Rawlins Reservoir. Want to speak to that one a little bit?
Yeah, currently we're going through Ferguson for water meters and trying to get updated. We've got technical help, and in this, moving forward, we're looking at the water study. We're gonna try to put Glen Addition in there and have them take a look at that and see what it would take to get a better metered system out there so we can track water better. That it's just a consistently breaking water lines out there, and it's very poorly metered, as we all know. But in the projects moving forward on these phases, yeah, we definitely are looking into putting meters at the top of our springs, so that way we can see what the water flow is at the top and at the plant when it hits the plant. So that is a future plan that we will be doing.
Jason, skate park.
So we are on track with the skate park. We are about a month behind. They had some issues ordering some of the features for the park, but it should be installed and ready to go. I feel fairly safe to say by the end of September. It's a little bit later than we wanted, but it is on its way. So the fundraising campaign is ongoing and has been fairly successful. And the concrete repair work has been done. So we're basically ready to rock and roll once the equipment is delivered or shipped and installed. And we're to the point where we're actually working with the skate park company on shipping and storage. So that kind of gives you a hint that it's on its way. I just don't want to make any promises to this community and say, well, you said early September. So that's where we are in the skate park.
Jason, did HS and Terry ever take a look at our project yet? Or I know they postponed their meeting to see if they wanted to contribute to the skate park.
So we did reach out to HF Sinclair. I had a meeting with their staff several weeks ago. They seem very interested in helping support the skate park. We're asking them to consider helping finalize phase one. So the $70,000 that City Council allocated for the project is a good portion of phase one complete. But if they came in for a certain dollar amount, we kind of did an added design, it would really finalize that phase one of the skate park. And so we are going back to meet with HF Sinclair probably in the next week or two to kind of adjust what we are asking and utilize some local business donations that we've received as a match for an ask from HF Sinclair to see if we can achieve that goal. So we'll know soon how that works out. Dog park, we were getting quotes coming in for the fencing that came in higher than what we had anticipated. We did get a quote that was more, I guess, close to what our goal was. So we actually have a fencing contractor. I believe they're starting, I want to say August 8th to put the fencing in for the dog park. We have a pre-meeting with them on Thursday this week to kind of go over the fence design and everything and make sure they're good with everything. We have a setback along Colorado Street that we need to make sure that they follow from the curb and gutter. So that's promising. I'll say this, the idea for the skate park is to get the fencing in and give a place for people to bring their dogs now. So it's not going to be fancy. It's going to be a work in progress. Some of the signage will be there. Some of the signage we're working on. Some of the elements, we'll have some park benches. We'll have some doggy pot bags for waste. We have a drinking fountain for humans and dogs that's already stored in our shop for one of our parks, for Washington Park. We're actually going to use that at the dog park, and then we'll reorder to do the Washington Park drinking fountain later. So we'll have some amenities, but we're going to let the community know that, hey, this is a work in progress. We're going to have some signage that says so, ask people what they think and what they'd like to add and things that we can do to help. But this first go around, once we have fencing in there, why keep dogs out? So we're going to have, once the fencing is complete, we'll announce to the community that it's ready to go. Bring your dogs down here and enjoy. So it'll be a work in progress, but we're looking forward to it. Next, I'll just keep going, Sean. Next is a partner on outdoor ice rink. City Council and the Raptors signed an agreement last December, maybe, somewhere around there, for the use of the outdoor skating rink. And it's kind of a cooperative effort between the City of Rawlins and the Raptors Club. We're looking forward to that. We'll probably meet sometime September to come up with a game plan and decide who's going to do what, and try to see if we can get that functioning. So weather permitting, we'll have some outdoor ice skating this winter, and I think a lot of people in this community are looking forward to it. It's been a long time coming. I think seeing that rink sit there unused. So we're excited, and we're looking to maybe add some recreation programming, skate with Santa or something like that. And we'll probably coordinate with Pam and look for some of her expertise to help us out too. But we are looking forward to it.
Sponsored by chiropractic.
With water.
The next one is creating an infrastructure asset depreciation plan. I know Tom's whole time has been on audits right now and working on some things. So is there anything you'd like to mention on something like that?
No, it's just that I'd like to see where we are currently funded. I think we need to see, you know, what the status is of all of our equipment and how well we are funded for the replacement of that. And that's basically what we're trying to get at with that, is a funded depreciation schedule. So
one area that we're kind of making progress with this is the water, because that individual that's helping us with the water rates has been asking a lot of poignant questions about our infrastructure and trying to capture total costs. So that's been good. Downtown striping.
So right now we have a set of older plans that were used in 2019, I believe, and then the striping was redone at a steeper angle to allow a wider street in general. And so right now the plan that we're considering is just to effectively restripe the wider street configuration, the wider driving lane configuration, and to move forward that as a simple project of quantity of number of gallons of paint, and effectively where there's a line, you go put one back. And it won't be a very, I don't anticipate it being $100,000, but we're just trying to currently go through the budget on the total costs. We don't have a refined dollar amount at this time. I still need to reach out to the actual company that previously did it for us. And
I think we have budgeted like 40,000 a year, where we at least had 40,000 last year for downtown striping. So we're gonna look at that, and if it costs more than that, we also have a site crosswalks budget. And so if we combine the two and do crosswalks and striping, maybe we can get more for our money. So right now it's just allocating the budgeted money for it.
So, also in 2019, we paid in 2019, we paid about 29,000 to just do the downtown. So the 40 should be, and now we've talked about the inflation costs of everything, but, so we're all just working together to try to get it done.
Going back to the conduct a study of water rates, maybe we could just give a little progress update on that.
yeah, we have currently turned over, we have forwarded to the consultant basically all the information that he has asked for. He would like a follow-up call with Austin and I probably tomorrow or as soon as we can on that, and then he will have all that information that he needs to run his model. I would foresee within the next couple of weeks probably that having his recommended rates. So.
The next one is Edinburgh.
okay, so with Edinburgh Street, and we had discussed this previously, where we were looking at redefining the scope of the project so that we're not paving Edinburgh Road, which belongs to the private company, Saddleback Properties. And so in that, I've spoken with the consultant, and it looks like it's about a $50,000 task order amendment to get geotechnical work so that we have the proper road, typical section for the project, and then to consider to make sure that we're up to snuff on our ADA, and then primarily to get us through this easement process, because we'll be requesting a utilities easement through the property on Edinburgh Road. And so with that, it'll be a process where it might take a few months. Hopefully by November or so, we'll have some kind of design modifications on the plans, but then With that comes the complication of our 6 penny funding. And so when you look at 6 penny with a balance of $2 million right now, and where we are with the cemetery water line and Washington Street, how does that balance out? And with the last engineer's estimate that I got for Edinburgh Street at $4.5 million, trimming back that scope made sense, where we're not paving a private company's road effectively. So we'll be able to reduce that scope, save some money, but in terms of scheduling and prioritization, my professional opinion would be one where we would emphasize spending the money on the cemetery water line in lieu of Edinburgh and letting Edinburgh slide. And speaking with Public Works Director Cody Dill, maybe doing some kind of temporary road repairs to Edinburgh in the meantime. And this may end up pushing it out an additional year or more until enough money is acquired through the 6 penny process to make these projects whole.
Councilman Weisenberg?
I understand wholeheartedly the water line going to how we moved that up on the project, but Edinburgh has been a terror for years and years and years, and my thought is to get that done. They've patched that, they've overlaid it several times over the course of the years. I used to live on Edinburgh, so I know this, and I would rather support that project, over the cemetery water line. I get the water issue, but if we get the pre-treatment plant and all that stuff going, I would really like to see that Edinburgh Street done.
So what is the total for both Edinburgh and for the cemetery line?
About
8 million?
$8,700,000. And so one thing I would like to also suggest to the council is to consider maybe looking at SLID opportunities for roads. There are SLID grants available for roads where we might be able to apply for those and see if that can help us get in a better position financially to proceed with Edinburgh.
I wasn't aware that they had any more money.
They're out of MRG money. I should have clarified, there's Department of Transportation money coming out right now, not necessarily SLIB, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
It's just running through SLID.
Right.
Okay. So maybe that's an option.
Yeah.
Well, and the Edinburgh thing is a big deal, but so is water, so I'd rather see the water line put in personally.
What's the rest of the council's thought on this? Is it's important to have some direction on this one.
Sure. What do you guys think?
Well, I think the hardest part is there's no real timeline on how far it pushes it out, right? I mean, you go and do the cemetery water line, and Edinburgh's another 10 years, because that's, and I just hate to see that road that long. I don't know. I mean, given the fact that you're fixing the water line, I don't know. I think that the short term there would follow through better than the short term patches at Edinburgh that clearly haven't worked. I mean, I've been here since 2014, and that road's just been, it doesn't matter what they do to it. There's nothing that isn't going to tear a vehicle apart. And it doesn't have drainage. It's just, there's so many problems.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, I mean, you're directly impacting people's properties. It just seems more impactful to me than the water line. That I feel like may not resolve itself, but won't be as critical once these fixes come in. I don't know. It's a hard. I would lean on Edinburgh at the moment.
I'd stick with the water. I think we can, like you say, we can play the wait and see with the Wyoming transportation funding, if there's any available that maybe we can pick up and put it on Edinburgh. I think it is one of the streets that I've received a lot of calls on during the years, but I think water is very critical to this community to keep it going, and so I'd stick with the plan that we got with the water.
Well, since I'm from Ward 2 and that's in Ward 2, I'd like to stick up for the project, but I also equally feel the raw water line is really important too. But I'd like to find out a different way, maybe to supplement Edinburgh
I agree.
and keep it on high on the
No, but
list.
clearly, I think we'd all be in support of extra,
Yeah.
any other funding or alternative
Yeah.
ideas, right?
Yeah.
If there's extra funding that comes available,
I mean, just go get another $4 million and then we don't have to decide. Why is that such a big deal?
I don't think you're going to be able to sleep, Andrea.
Daryl?
Is the underpass road.
Councilman Garner?
Is that road that we want to do on South Side, is that 6 penny money?
Yes.
Could that be a road that we put on pause, do the water line and then do Edinburgh?
But the water line's gonna go right down that street, so you'll be tearing it up again. The water line and the street on South Side, Washington Street, should be done at the same time.
Are you talking about Davis, the extension?
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about.
Well, that's $35,000 or something.
What, is that all that one?
That
is?
is
No, that's
not
not six
six
penny.
penny.
Oh, and that's what I was asking, if that
No,
was 6 penny.
no, not the extension.
No,
So the
Washington is.
Washington and the water line are 6 penny, same as Edinburgh.
If you'd
It's a
like-
tough call.
If you'd
It's-
like to, I can show you a quick drawing as well, if you have
I
time.
mean, I stand like you, I understand the water situation. I just think we're pouring a lot of money into the water right now. Like I had said, I get the raw water line is gonna relieve that, a lot of usage off of that. But if we can mitigate this and with the pre-treatment running and stuff next year, then I think, in my opinion, Edinburgh should be there,
Well, and
so.
I agree that there might be some things change between now and say 6 months from now that would make me change my mind. If we get something else working to where we don't have a water problem, but if we still have a water problem, I'm thinking water.
Yeah.
I mean, without water,
Yeah.
Game over.
game over. Then you have a town the size of, what is it out here, that red desert?
Wamsutter.
Nobody. No, Wamsutter actually has,
They have a few people
they have water.
in water, yeah.
Well, I mean, what kind of a timeline has to be choices are no longer optional, they have to be made? I mean, like, do you have, let's put Andrea on front of the bus. How long does she have to go get some SLIB grants and come up with some alternative funding for Edinburgh before choices have to be made? Or are we at the point where this is where choices are being made because this is where we move forward?
And I think the first thing is we need the engineering completely done on Edinburgh before we can go. Right.
Yeah, so right now, we've spent a balance of about $35,000 out of the $219,000 that was allocated for this task order. I think it's 219, I can't recall, I believe it is though. And so we're at about 10% plans right now and going through scoping for the alignment. And so what we're gonna have to do is go through 30% plans, 90% plans on this to get to a solid engineer's estimate. To do this project and design, with a scope like this, I anticipate being able to complete the design within 5 months. We're looking at December, something like that, for the cemetery water line. And then at that point, we could go and do an advertisement within 4 weeks of that, and then another 10 weeks to notice of award, and do award to the contractor. So 14 weeks after December, you're looking March, April, having shovels on the ground, a project that's boots on the ground going. And so with that, simultaneously, Andrea could be searching for grants. It could be a 9-month process.
Yeah, my concern is the DOT money's coming out now.
Yeah.
So I'll have to, I need to look and see what it requires as far as preliminary engineering to see if we could even make that deadline. So, yeah.
And so Edinburgh is at 90% plans right now. We could advertise that project today and have a contractor bid on it and start in September of this year. But it's just with those few changes that we need to do, I would say that we are in a point where we've done all of our environmental processes with WWC. We've gone through, we have all of our engineering basically complete. We almost have a shovel-ready project with Edinburgh. So we could swing for the fences and see if we can get some of this DOT money for Edinburgh to partner up with the 6 million funds we have.
So how long is all that information valid? I mean, you've gotten this much work, how long is that valid before, how long do those numbers and where you're at stay valid before we have to start all over again and redo the whole thing?
You can keep a set of plans on the shelf for 5 years.
How many
You just
years
have to
have you been
update
on?
the engineer's schedule, the engineer's estimate has to be updated when you plan to go out for advertising so you can budget for your project. So you will have to update, but the set of plans itself is good for 5 years, generally speaking. You might have to take a couple tweaks. If there's some properties you didn't go acquire, you may have to go back, and it depends on how far along you got in the right-of-way process. If you're through right-of-way, you could, 5 years.
Do you know how long they've been on, how long we've had them done?
They've only been done since probably March with what they have
From last year?
this year.
Oh, they just
Oh.
finished this year.
Yeah. So.
Because it got delayed because the piping and stuff was changing the cost, so they delayed some of that for
I
a
thought it
while.
was last year, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, in my understanding, I might be mistaken, but speaking with the engineers, where we're at, it was March that we sat and we spoke about it, so.
And I understand why we don't have the information, but I don't think we have enough information to make that decision on what priority. Because I don't know what it's gonna cost to do Washington Street and the pipeline, for instance, or, that sort of thing. What's our cash flow gonna be? Just a few more pieces of information to help me decide, but if I had to decide tonight, of course, it's water. Because I get chewed on by everybody all the time, everywhere I go. Everybody wants to talk about water. Just that simple. Councilman Garner and then Andrea.
Do we know how much money we lose a year repairing that road and doing those, like, just with water, replacing lines and everything in it every year? Do we have a rough idea?
No, we basically, it's cost of asphalt, so per ton. I couldn't tell you what we've used in the past, I haven't really looked into that. But we just, basically, they go out there in the really bad low spots, they drop and drag. So it's not a lot that we're putting into it because we know that we're gonna tear it up anyway.
We're not doing a lot of water line repairs in there anymore, because it seemed like once a year we were having to dig that up and do something with water in there.
Yeah, we haven't in a couple years, I do know that,
Okay.
so.
Yeah, and you, Andrea?
I guess my question is, for a point of clarification, for direction for me, do you all want me to look into Department of Transportation grants?
Yes.
Okay.
We're
And
already
then,
90%, right? For Edinburgh, didn't make sense.
oh,
So is the underpass.
Andrew, I think for clarity, you can go get whatever money you can find, and we'll be okay with that. I think that's fine.
Okay.
Is that fair?
That's totally fair.
Yeah, I think.
Is it okay if I move on?
Yes, please do.
Upgrade park infrastructure. It looks, do you want to give any update on that, Casey?
Yeah, real quick, not sure why Rob Roy Park is not here. That's completed. The concrete repairs and handicap access is completed on that project. Washington Park will more likely be next spring and summer, those improvements. And then as far as the $50,000 accessibility, part of that's already been used for the skate park access in preparation for the delivery. And then Tully Park repairs, we have identified the projects necessary, and we are waiting to get a quote back for that, and that should happen this summer.
lead and copper rule, did we talk with the council? Are you all familiar with the lead and copper rule?
I don't know.
I know a little bit about it, but not enough to.
Let's do a good,
So the update on that is where the EPA is requiring that municipalities ensure that where they are delivering water, that the lines are not lead effectively, and it is the city's responsibility. Even though we don't own the property or have easements on the property, we are responsible and will be fined where we have lead lines beginning in 2 years. I believe in 2024, they're gonna begin a process where if we have lead lines, we will be fined, just in general. And so it's a process that has really harmed the Wyoming communities all across the state. All of our communities are trying to prepare for this, and it's not even just Wyoming, it's the entire country, where we are responsible for these lead lines, and it's a large reach by the EPA into our infrastructure to dictate whether or not our customers have lead lines. Obviously, where we have lines in our right-of-way, we're in processes where we're replacing those with those that are not lead, not toxic. But what we need to do is to comply with the lead and copper ruling is to get an inventory of all of our lead lines across the city, and in that process, it'll wrap into a GIS process where we have it on a database. It's visual and it's also tabulated. You're able to determine those locations that need the service lines repaired or replaced, and then there is a possibility where there may be grants associated with the work that may cover a substantial amount of it. My initial thoughts on it are that we're going to potentially pay this project could cost us up to $3.5 million.
How do we assess whether somebody's pipes in their house or whatever? How do we assess that?
So one of the methodologies is to swab the pipeline and test inside at the meter side in the house for lead, and then that would be part of what goes into the tabulation of what you have for the inventory.
Wouldn't you have to like get something at their kitchen sink or whatever? I mean, what if though it's in their house?
It's just the service line basically up to the meter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So that includes copper lines too? In there? I mean, if I'm reading this correctly, it says that too.
Yeah, so if I'm not mistaken, it may include service lines that are copper as well.
So ultimately, I mean, I can tell you, my house has a copper line coming up to it. I know for a fact it does, right?
As the service line?
Yeah, into the meter, 100%.
Yeah.
So
get together, you got 2 years.
No, not me, obviously.
Yeah.
Obviously, the city has to replace
You
it.
better listen closer to this swab thing he's talking
Well,
about.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, with that being said, people are doing landscaping and everything else, and we have to tear this up. Are we going to be responsible for that repair too?
It's a major legal issue because to do construction work on someone's private property past the meter is unusual, and it may require something like 3,000 easements.
Oh, how fun.
I think
Wow.
like my house, the meter's under the house and it comes in. I've had it replaced because it was leaking, which a lot of that happened down there in my area. I'm not sure what he used, but like the meter's actually under my house.
Mine too.
And then from there, I know I have copper pipe, but I believe it was at such a time where it wasn't
That was the norm.
used
Yeah.
with solder. It was used with a leadless solder or whatever, I'm sure, but that's very confusing to me. We better learn more about that.
Yeah.
So what are we talking about cost? Is that a cost that we would pass on to the property owners?
Potentially, it could be a cost that we have to budget for and build into a rate. So there's all kinds of trouble with this. There are so many unknowns, and that this is something where it's important to reach out to your representatives and other people, because this is a major problem across the state. And there are predatory companies, I will let you know, that have approached the city that are saying, we can take care of your lead and copper problems for $11,000. And all they do is they take a bunch of pictures and they run around with their GIS and they say, we're done. Well, that doesn't solve the problem, because the EPA still hasn't given, or no, the state of Wyoming still has not decided how they will handle the lead and copper ruling. And if we jump on these scopes of services, we might end up with something that's not going to even help us. But the beauty of it is that with ArcGIS, with our new program that we're running with and trying to get our staff trained up in GIS, we can manage our own GIS program. We're having a training coming up in a few months. It'll cost about $10,000 with Engineering Associates. I got 2 bids. And in that, they'll be able to teach our staff how to log the service lines that we encounter as we work through the city, and then we can begin to inventory our lead and copper ruling inventory on our own without the help of a consultant.
It seems to me that we ought to be ahead of this before it hits the city, not only this city, but all municipalities. And the way we could do that is to put together a resolution when it comes time and send it to the WAM conference, so that all those municipalities are involved with it and we get their support behind it. Passing some type of resolution saying that the state should be able to help us on this project. I'm afraid we're gonna get caught one of these days, and all of a sudden, just like the federal government telling us about this, our insurance rates going up because we're in a floodplain. And all of a sudden they come in and walk in the door and say, okay, everybody's gonna have to start paying big bucks for their property. Well, I wouldn't want that to happen to this town or any town, where they could come in and start saying, okay, we're gonna start finding you if you guys have lead pipe. So I think maybe working on a resolution to send to the WAM conference and see if we can't get support from the other municipalities on this subject. I don't know if it's the timing's right or not, but it seems like that will be one way to get the attention of all these communities and get it up at the legislature.
Wendy, you had something?
Just from a legal point of view, since this is a federal entity trying to rule on a municipality's requirements, which then steps on individual citizens' property rights, I highly doubt that this will actually be implemented before it ends up in the Supreme Court, because I can fully see states banding together that the EPA is overreaching. So I highly doubt this will be put into place before it goes to the Supreme Court first, just as a timeline thing.
Okay, I just didn't want one big surprise like they do with the floodplain. Okay, you guys are in a floodplain, so it's gonna cost you X amount of money to straighten out that problem. And I know we had a bunch of citizens in Rawlins that were really concerned, and that's a federal thing, the floodplain thing. That goes through the EPA or
Yes, sir.
the DEQ or one of them.
But it doesn't step on individual property owners' rights the way going into their home to test their pipes would. So.
Okay.
Councilman Smith?
Yeah, Andrea, I was wondering, there should have been some infrastructure money specifically for lead pipe and replacement in that first bill that was passed. And then I was thinking EPA or DEQ should have some type of, I'm going to call it study money, like $50,000 to get a consultant to come in and do that for us.
They do have that, and I just haven't pursued that because I've been so much focused on the water things, and I didn't know this was a thing until now. So I will definitely look into it.
I'm so sorry to put more on your plate,
No,
but
that's okay.
it might help Austin's plate out a little bit.
Absolutely.
In my professional opinion too, is we want to train our employees how to use ArcGIS. We want to train our employees how to input data into the system. So if we want to come back with our smartphone at a location where there's a break, we can pull up a photo of what was installed and show us where it was installed, so we can bring back and replace what was broken. And that would be something where our staff knows how to operate that. But if we just hand this off to a consultant, they're gonna put it in their system. The problem with this company that approached us also is the fact that they will ultimately own the data.
Yeah,
And it
that's
goes
good.
on their GIS, it goes on Amazon Web Services, and they have full control of our data, and they can strong arm us and say, we need a task order amendment.
I was thinking that maybe you could get something where you use it as a training, train the trainer type of thing, and then do it.
Yes, and that's exactly what we're going to do, for
Okay,
sure.
great.
Bam.
Just an idea, just next year, we're gonna start doing this, another way to help is go to the College of Engineering and do an internship next summer to use our people and, get some bodies to help with this. Like you said, Austin, is getting our people, but if we need another hands-on to specifically do this, the University of Wyoming and education and engineering and college are always looking for internships.
Okay, Sean?
It's okay with Cody, I was just asking Austin if, what's the best way for us to keep up to date with all of this? And we're just mentioning the new Bud would be a really good resource that could continue to update all of us on kind of what's going on or what we need to do next.
As far as the lead and copper,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
We could ask him to maybe
He-
find a resource.
Yeah, and he does have a lot, he's been finding some good information on that. He's helped us out with that already
They
a
knew they
little
had
bit.
problems.
They didn't do nothing about
Let's
it.
move on to the next one here.
But the government jumped in on
Sorry.
Oh, here. The next one is create tree inventory and maintenance plan.
Real quick, that is on track. We're waiting actually to hear back on the current status, but we have a grant with the Wyoming Forestry Division. It's a matching grant, but our match is basically staff and labor costs for planting trees and tree removal and things like that. So we're hoping that the inventory will be complete in November, and that's what they've told us. So that'll be a great, great resource for us moving forward with our trees in our parks and cemetery and throughout the neighborhoods in town.
You know, there's an ordinance about we're responsible for the trees that are like in the city, I don't know, how to, is it city right away or whatever?
It was
And-
introduced to us by a city staff that sold it to the council, that we took the trees that are in the right of way belong to the city of Rawlins for maintenance. And that's how it's written up, and I think we need to look at the ordinance itself, sit down and see how we could fix it. So I don't know what they would say if we gave back the trees to the residents and said, hey, we don't want them anymore, you can have them back. I don't know legally if we could do that. I don't know how.
I'd like to look into reversing that, because that is a huge, could be a huge expense that why anybody would say, yeah, we'll assume that responsibility is beyond me, but I'd sure like to see that reversed. Wendy, could you look into that?
Yes, sir.
Aren't you glad you came tonight?
Absolutely.
You and Andrea can cry on each other's shoulder when it's over. We're just giving you more stuff than you can do, but.
Well, it's very true, and then you have a city tree on a private residence property, and if it's end of life or disease, then the city wants to remove it, but the property owner does not, and we're seeing that with some street projects as well. So it's a big deal, and it wasn't always that way.
Yeah, we need to fix that if we can. That's, yeah.
So the next one, pedestrian underpass, we've talked about that one. That one's moving forward. David Street extension.
Yes, so I just received this week a bid from one of our consultant teams for doing the survey. I haven't opened up the survey bid yet, but I anticipate it's probably hopefully less than $10,000 for the survey. So,
And what's that consist of,
so
Austin?
it's taking shots of the existing ground,
Okay.
so that you can do a good alignment for the roadway effectively, so it's the most effective tie-in, and so that when you go to build it, you can use survey staking to build to, so you know your slopes.
Okay.
And things like that. So
Okay.
it's just the creek, and then we can get some earthwork quantities, we can get asphalt quantities, we can do areas of disturbance, make sure that we're up to snuff with DEQ, because I'm gonna have to go out and do an environmental resource, or an environmental process with those other 8 entities for this project as well. So just getting that in line and getting prepared, and then I'll go through and I'll draft up a set of plans and get moving.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you.
We've discussed the 6 penny, so we can move on to community trust and engagement. Sure, there's, we could grab one maybe just for a second. He's not, okay. He's put down here that we're 90% on kind of fixing up the sound and video system in the council chambers. Any questions maybe from the council on that I can follow up with him on, or if you had some good feedback on?
People can see us and hear us a lot better, because I have people that used to complain all the time, and they never said you're doing a good job. They just quit complaining. So I think it's going the right direction. And for those of you that don't know, like I had an email about a Zoom meeting, and I accepted it. You know, the RSVP, I accepted it, but then I couldn't find the email anywhere. Well, it's on the calendar. Just so you know, I did the meeting on my phone, then I came up here and I said, I can't find that email. It's disappeared. Well, it goes out of your email and onto your calendar, and made me feel kind of stupid. But anyway, I just thought I'd tell you all in case it happens to you. You know, if you're looking for an email about a meeting and you've accepted that RSVP,
Go to your calendar.
it's on your calendar. It's no longer in your email. Anyway, he helped me out with that. He's amazing. You can pass that on.
Okay, awesome, thank you. The City View newsletter, and Myra's not here tonight, she's out of town right now, but we are, well actually, Jason, you can give an update, we're getting pretty close on this.
Yeah, actually, we have good news. Myra and I put together the final everything last week and then sent it off to the printer, and I talked to them today, and it should be delivered maybe even by the end of the week, so we're a week ahead of time, which is really important, especially for like the recreation activity guide towards the end of it, because the programs that we put in, you know, if it's coming out the beginning of August, we don't put programs in that start the end of July. So the timeline is pretty important. So we're excited that it'll be out very possibly before August this time.
Awesome. I just changed that one to green because we're pretty much done there. We are doing the monthly behind the scenes report. One thing that I'm changing, and I asked if I could get some assistance from staff, and the fire department's going to help out a little bit. When we get that printed off, they're going to go around to different businesses, and there's a big list that we take the city view to all the different businesses. Wouldn't you
I
say
think
there's
it's like 160 places.
locations?
Yeah, locations that we hand deliver the City View newsletter each time it comes out. And so Sean piggybacked on that for the behind the scenes, which I think is a great idea.
Yeah, because if we go to the work to produce it, we may as well get it to people's hands.
And actually, Sean, if we do get the delivery of the newsletters by the end of this week, then we can just send those behind the scenes to my staff, and we'll do the newsletter and the behind the scenes at the same time.
Yeah, if we can. Cool. Utility bill inserts, we continue to do that as much as possible. I think Myers did a good job with that. hosting town halls and surveys. We will do the community survey here again. I think it's November is when we did it this last time. And when we get close to it, I'll ask council if there's any specific questions we want to ask that we didn't last year, or change that up a little bit. But I think that's been a really good survey. The Y Rawlins, we will be doing some town halls, and we'll be talking about that more in depth than just a little bit here. The West End beautification, there's going to be some town halls on that Jason will do to get feedback on our entryways and what that'll look like. That's what that's referring to. And then the economic development plan, we'll talk about just in a little bit here. Volunteer training and recognition program. We have, as you can see in here, the community builder award. Looks like we need to plug in one thing in here, but I think that's been a good positive thing that we can continue to do. The annual dues and board training that Wendy can assist us with for our volunteers, and making sure that they're up to speed on their responsibilities. I wish I had Myra here tonight, because she put 25% done in council delivering gifts to boards and commissions, and I think she's doing something, and she was gonna see if she could get your all everyone's help. So I don't know what it was, I just know she's doing something. We've done a couple of the Meet Your Council events, the music in the park, and how would you say that's been? I know some of you have gone to a couple of those. Would you liked it? Is it something that you maybe not want to do in the future? Is it just any feedback? Be good.
I'm enjoying it. I have had a couple people come over and talk, and there was one person that asked to have a kids playing sign, and the police chief was there, so we just handed it over to him, and he was going to talk to Cody about putting it up on Delta Street. And then last week, it was a little slow, but people came by. Kids love the candy. But yeah, they see us as a presence, but a lot of no in-depth talk usually. Just people that know you come over. But I've been having fun with it.
I only went to one, but part of the problem was I had to park like a block north of the park. And by the time I got there, and then sat in the chairs we chose to take our own, and then by the time I walked back, in my condition, about killed me. So the next day I was worthless. I think it's just my personal approach to it. I just need to show up earlier or something so I can park closer or whatever. But while I was there, I talked to several people and walked around a little bit, got a few hugs. That was okay. Most people were nice. Everybody was, really. Did anybody hug you?
I didn't get a lot of people. The first time I went, I sat by myself. It started raining, and I got more people in the tent because it was raining. The second time I went, it was pretty decent. I talked to some folks that were, like Linda was saying, we're talking about having a sign put up in front of on their street saying kids playing. Didn't get very many complaints. They just, hi, how you doing? And they'd kind of wander off. It was okay.
Up to council, we're here to support you if you want to do stuff like this, and just kind of a trial and error, see if you like it. So, okay.
And I want to apologize. I wasn't there for many of them, but I was there for one. But so I'm not a good judge on how it went.
Sean, the next one's the Latino music event that the city's putting on August 12th. So if anybody's interested, let Sean or I know, and we'll make sure we get a booth together for that one as well. That's that Friday night following the last Music in the Park at Washington Park.
The next item is transition domain and email to .gov. I'm just gonna leave it at, he's at 78%. I don't know if I can speak to that one. And then we've got the digitizing clerks index, that we're just kind of keeping on the radar there. Okay, now we can go to, or actually, let me just back up just for 1 second, because I did this with beautification and the employees. Just thinking big picture, are we going where we want to go with infrastructure? And big picture, are we going where we want to with community trust and engagement? Do we need to tweak? Do we feel good? It's kind of one of the purposes of this is to make sure we're going where we want to go.
I have no objections.
The community trust and engagement, I think we've, I think there's been some advances on that. I think people like it. I think there's more trust. The water issue's contentious, but other than that, I think people, for the most part, like what we're doing. The one problem is we have a lot of ordinances we don't enforce, and we don't enforce them enough or equally. And you know, anywhere from junk cars parked on city property to weeds, to don't feed the deer, to people building huge garages and their building permits are not visible. You know, one's on South Side, and I've had several people call me, and they better get a permit. And well, I'm sure they have, but they don't have it displayed, and that's a requirement. And I've driven past several building sites that don't, and so a little more attention to some of that stuff. And I understand everybody's busier and crap, but the code enforcement thing is, we got a lot of ordinances and stuff that we don't enforce them. So we need to look at that, and if we're not going to enforce them, or if they're not enforceable, get rid of them.
I reached out to a couple. I talked to Ari and Chris because this has been on my mind a lot. This whole the compliance and how to get more results. One thought is like with these water restrictions, you know, we're having to go to a fine. It's gonna get more results. We could take a more aggressive approach where we're. I almost, just because I want more results on this, I almost want to just say that, I mean, this is on our books. We see that you have a bunch of junk cars in your backyard. It's going to be a $50 fee, and until you fix it or something. Like, that's how I really believe that's how we're going to get results way faster if we just take a more aggressive approach. But how aggressive?
One morning.
You know, one thing we have, one ordinance that we have that has come up is the garbage blowing all over town. These people fill these garbage containers clear to the top. They can't even close the lids. We have an ordinance that says that they can be ticketed for that. They should be. And I think we ought to really enforce that. That's going to prevent them. Maybe they'll have to buy another container. That's fine with me.
Well, and the locking bars was a big expense to both companies, and a lot of businesses don't close their lids, and then you see trash blowing down the street. But it's just all of our ordinances. We need to really maybe prioritize which ones we're going to work on and change. But if we enforced a lot of those ordinances, we'd live in a lot better, cleaner town.
That's true. Another thing Chris and I talked about for a little bit is if we take an approach of like we do a warning, and if we mapped out like each type of offense, okay, you have 10 days to fix this type of offense. You have 15 days to fix this one, or 5 days to fix this, whatever, like just define what it is. Because I think for the code enforcement officer, I would think it would help that okay, I just saw this. You go up and talk to that person, you have 10 days, and if you don't fix it in 10 days, no exception, you get a fine.
Right.
I think defining it will speed it up.
I hate to do that, but I don't,
Something's gotta change.
if they didn't find it, we'd all drive 140 miles an hour.
I just wonder if maybe we could get council's help to look at this together and analyze how to make this more structured possibly, so that
Just a minute.
I just want to be more effective.
Chris, you're next.
Yeah, so during this conversation that Sean and I had, that's exactly the approach I had said I'd like to see. I believe in a warning system, but we have to be more aggressive with that too. Like Sean's saying, a 5-day or 10-day grace period ultimately with the warning, and this, that's how it works. I mean, we have ordinances for reasons, and if we're picking and choosing and not being fair about it, why do we even have them? If we're not enforcing it. But the other thing I did mention to Sean also is this time with weeds, enforcing a weed ordinance is pretty tough. We have people's lawns that's been taken over with weeds, and it's tough. I mean, weeds grow fast. I brought up a good point. We can't enforce something we can't do ourselves. So if we can't take care of our own property and bring all of our properties in compliance, how are you going to enforce it? So we need to focus that also, and he agreed, and a prime example is the motel over here. There's 2-foot tall weeds over there. What do? They're just, going and going. Right across the street's a house, 2-foot tall weeds and grass growing in it. But how do you enforce something for someone else when we don't follow our own? So, I mean, we had a very good conversation on that, and they're working on that. I seen the email saying he's sending Jason around to take care of a lot of this stuff too, so I appreciate that, and hopefully that's what we could do, get some of the stuff cleaned up that way.
Yeah, Barry, you had something?
I guess I don't understand how we're gonna do all this with the type of people that we got. We only got one code enforcement guy to run around and ticket everybody. That's one problem. We got properties, they say, why Rawlins? Why Rawlins? Why do I want to come to this damn town when I'm coming off the interstate? Washington Street is an entrance to our community. You can go down, starting out down there, the only thing we got is the park. And a lot of people from out of town go there. If they decided they wanted to come into town through the underpass, on the side of the underpass to the right of it, if you go down there right now, there's about 15 beer bottles. There's a pile of dirt that the city piled up there and left it. It's been there for 2 years. Those kind of things are why do I want to come to town? If I come to town, I want to see that it's half decent. It ain't, a lot of it's private property, but we got a piece of property over there, it's 5 lots on the left hand of Washington Street. It's got the weeds as high as you can get. 1 year the city paid, used a little tractor and went down and mowed it, and then we sent the bill to this people in New Mexico that own it. And I don't know how that ever worked out, but then after that they just dropped it. The weeds just grow. And we don't go after these people. They don't live here. We need to start at our entrances. We need to start there off that interstate coming into our town. Not just on the east and the west where they can see the flowers. We need to go where the real McCoy is, where they go down through a residential area to get to the business districts. I'm telling you, you go right now, I could take you on a tour of my own. You go along Jackson Street, and I know they try to keep up with the weeds on that, but there's weeds all along that thing there. We need to stay on top of that. Those people walk. The people that live here that can't afford a vehicle walk to town to spend their money. And then they have to walk back through that. They keep the park is beautiful. I think that little, it's not, I don't even call it a park. I call it a rest area for people to sit down after they walked with their groceries or had to go to the bank. That's what I'm interested in.
I have a question. We have one code enforcement officer. Who else can enforce those codes?
It depends on what it is. But it pretty much is that one person that is doing the most. Well, that's doing a lot of the enforcement.
Well, that's who's doing it, but
yeah.
who can do it? Who has that? legal capability, the police officers.
Officers, yeah.
Because like these cars, like in the industrial area, there's got to be 100 cars parked on city property down there with no license plates. Some of them don't have wheels, some of them don't even have axles. Do you know what I mean?
I do.
So I think the enforcement of, if we can enforce the ordinances that we have already, or get rid of them if they're not a good ordinance or they're unenforceable for some reason, feeding the deer, and I mean, it just, the list goes on. Those are things that deteriorate the quality of our town, and I'd like to see more enforcement done.
How should we go about it?
Ask the people that can do it to do it, and then expect them to do it. That's, you're speaking to a mean old boss, but that's how it was when you worked for me. I mean.
Well, I mean, maybe it's time to have a workshop with the chief and find out what are the difficulties, right? I mean, because I would argue that we hear a lot of times that, you know, code enforcement can't do it all. Well, what about the other 14 officers? So
right.
Maybe if there's a particular issue that isn't being made known, or a hassle that could be solved or something, then we could work together on that. But I agree. I mean, we're never going to get anywhere until this stuff starts getting enforced.
Well, with weeds, though, I think that's not really yeah, it's sort of enforcement, but anybody older than 18 years old can go around and look and see if the weeds are higher than 18 inches. And write
Well, no,
it
but I
down.
think
And,
the issue
you
is
know,
why are we getting no enforcement now?
Yeah, but
Right?
I'm just
I mean,
saying,
even,
if we needed
even in
more
my
help.
ward, I've got a situation where 2 people were given parking tickets. We were told that we were going to educate everybody. That never happened, but 2 people still got tickets while nobody else did. I mean, I agree. There's a very inconsistent application of who gets a ticket and who doesn't, and we just need to say everybody needs to come into compliance with these issues.
We've had
Period.
We've had that conversation saying everybody needs to be in compliance.
And I'm saying,
it's
so maybe
still-
we have a workshop to
Yeah, it's
discuss
still not the
what
case.
the obstacles are. That's all.
Dabari.
You know, the other thing is fairness.
Yeah.
Being fair. If I think the residents of this community, if you're fair with everybody and everybody's treated alike, I think it goes a long way. I had a gentleman that came before me, asked me about this car ordinance that we had. We were talking about Title 19. My suggestion to him was I didn't support what he said. He wanted me to do away with this ordinance. But I said, if you could convince the other 6 on this council to change it, go for it. He came to 3 or 4 meetings, got up there on the podium, talked about his problem with these vehicles, and guess what? He lost, and we ended up moving him. And that's fine. But we still got people all over town that are doing the same thing that we don't do nothing to. So to me, that's pick and choosing, you know, what we do. And we can't be doing that. If we're gonna go down to the industrial area and ticket all these people and stuff, that's fine with me. But let's be fair. Let's get everybody that's doing it, not just the people in an area.
Sean.
I would really like to do a work session on this to take a deeper dive. I think it would be worthwhile to do that. And just one more thought on this, I'll kind of leave it be. When I was going to college, we had, there was so much, there were so few parking spaces that it was always difficult to get into a spot. People were always, going into a spot they weren't supposed to. And it was just, it was just the expectation of the university. You knew if you were gonna park in the wrong spot, you knew you were gonna get a ticket. And I just think like we have these ordinances that are on our books, and we could set a different type of culture if we just started saying, okay, we just spotted this issue, we're just gonna issue a citation for this, because I got a ticket a few times and I learned and I never did it again, you know what I mean? we can change the culture and just, you know, people would start learning that, oh, if I'm out of line, I'm gonna get a ticket. You know, we could change that and really change Rawlins, honestly, if we took a different approach. That would be harsher, but people would then learn, this is what we do here. We want a clean city, and we've elevated our enforcement.
Part of the quality of our city, or the lack of quality, if you will, is just lack of enforcement of some of these ordinances. Honestly, they park every which way, or they put vehicles that don't have license on them on public roadways, and I mean, just the list goes on. The weeds is a tough deal because they grow so darn fast. I get that, but I'll tell you a little story. One time I got a deal from the city saying, cut your weeds at my warehouse or else. And there was this big packet of papers and all the threats, and it made me mad. And I went for a ride, and I came back, and as I drove past, I thought, my place looks like hell. I need to do something about it. They're absolutely right. And we cut the weeds. Looked a lot better. I felt pretty good. But then some of the city property didn't look so good, so I took pictures of them and set them the same ordinance and told them you had 14 days to cut your weeds. And so I can argue both sides of it, but we just have to, we should have a workshop on how to better understand, or how to, there's so many of them. I mean, gosh, you could go out, write 1,000 tickets a day for a while. So we might have to do cars or junk, or we might have to come in waves, but I think a workshop would be good to get an understanding of how we can do it effectively.
Lynn just mentioned that August 16th could be a time when we could do a work session.
Okay, I'm good with that. Everybody else?
Yeah. I got one more thing. I'm standing outside the door right after our council meeting. A gentleman comes up to me and starts giving me the crap about the weeds and the industrial area. He says, look at that building right there. That belongs to the Daily Times. Look at the weeds growing out the side of it. Why don't we doing something about that? And how do I answer him? How do I tell him I support going after these weeds? And that's all I can say. I don't go out and pull weeds. I don't enforce the ordinances. We hire staff. We pay them monies to go out and do that job. And if they can't, they need to come back to us and say, we can't do it because we don't have these tools. And then it's our job to get those tools for them.
Real quick on that subject, is there a number can someone get a number of how many community service hours we have that's been put forth and stuff like that through our court system and stuff? So, things like that would be a very good tool to utilize to do this kind of stuff.
We used to do this.
And all the time, they used to take them down and clean up the garbage by the banks and 287 bypass, all that stuff, and it helped the beautification of our community. So I'd like to see some numbers. I'd like to see some numbers and see if we can start that process happening some more.
Well, we need to find out the legalities of it, and so Wendy will, just one more thing to look at.
Well, it already exists, it's a thing. The problem is, we have to make it optional. We cannot order someone to do community service, so when people get fines, we let them know that you can get so many dollars an hour towards your fines if you go do community service. And we have a program set up where they go to Gale, they say they sign up for community service. No one ever shows up. They end up paying their fines because they don't want to do the work. We have the program, we pump the program, nobody takes advantage of it. And I cannot legally order them to do it.
The way they used to do it is when I was growing up in Rawlins, is if they throw you in the slammer for $50, they would pull you out and they'd have you sign a little waiver. They'd throw you in a truck with the guy, and the gentleman just take us at city property only. We would cut the weeds. and we would work our fine off.
We've had a couple
So
of
they don't,
changes
they
since
already
then.
showed up. They showed up and the judge sent them to the slammer. Then you get them out of there and you say, would you like to get out? I had a guy that this last week talk to me about that.
We've made a couple changes since then, so I can't do that anymore.
Well,
It's considered
that's the way
public
they did
shaming,
it. I don't
too.
know.
That's
It's
Well,
wrong.
I won't
That
ask you
is-
if you had personal
Councilman
experience.
Garner?
So you said nobody signs up for it. Can we adjust that rate to make it a little bit sweeter deal to, oh, hey, I don't know what the rate is. If it's $5 an hour to pay it off, well, maybe we pay.
I try to walk the fine line between getting community service done and continuing the revenue stream for
Right.
the city. So it's normally $15 an hour,
Wow.
which is a lot higher than you would get for going out and doing it for somebody else. So raising that rate really puts a strain
Yeah.
on
Yeah.
that balance.
I was seeing it was low.
No, it's
Seems pretty good.
Well-
$15 an hour that we offer towards the fines.
Yeah.
It's just nobody wants to take advantage of it.
Oh,
I wish it could be mandatory because it used to
It
be.
used to be.
And I know that it would take the nonsense right out of your head, and I never had any, by the way.
I'll tell you, I remember having to do community service plus pay fines.
Well, and there was a
There's
time
no-
too, the community service, when you were doing that, I would notice the kids would duck down. And then pretty soon, they're out there like, hey, look at me, man, you know, anyway, there wasn't punishment anymore. You had something, Jason?
I do understand what Wendy says about, taking away from the city revenue streams. I did run a successful community service program for over 15 years, and it takes some finesse. I'd like to maybe it's time, maybe things have changed, maybe it would work now, and maybe it didn't work 10 or 15 years ago, but, and I get that it's not mandatory, but they have an opportunity to, instead of paying a fine, they do community service. And then I'd be happy to head up this program. They come and they meet with me with their form, and we schedule, we come up with a schedule with them. And if they don't want to show up Thursday at 10, like is on the schedule, then we don't mess around. And we send them back and they pay their fine. It's you either work and do what you said you're doing, or you get sent back. And maybe I'm wrong, I hope I'm not, and it doesn't work, and then we go, well, we try it again. But those are my thoughts anyways.
Can I ask you
because-
to work with Wendy on that and Sean
Probably
and kind of
Sean.
see
Calls.
what you can
Part of what I would
maybe come up
like to
with
do
to
is be-
recommend?
Right, between myself and my staff, maybe move forward so that it's not so much on Wendy's plate, but get her authorization and get her buy-in,
Well, it
and then we
doesn't
can,
work that way in the criminal system. So it is offered as an alternate. If they choose not to sign up for it, there is no program. So we are encouraging it by making it profitable for them. But if they're choosing not to sign up, there's literally nothing we can do about it.
Yeah, I get
And
that.
even if we have this in place where he's willing to go out there, if nobody's on the list, there's nothing you can do about it.
I know in Casper, they have a big program like that, and it, a lot of the, like Joshua's House, it's a place that feeds people and stuff like that, that a lot of their workers are on that, because I just know, and it has actually got some people some pretty good jobs, because they quit being in the basement drinking beer, and they went out and got noticed, and somebody said, hey, you're a good worker, I want to hire you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know, there's a program there that maybe we can
There's also,
think about.
there is also powers that the state has that the municipality does not. At the county attorney level, we can assign people to community service, especially juveniles, through diversion programs. However, I do not have that power in municipal.
Well, Sean, would you mind visiting with like the county attorney and talk to him about our need of volunteers and see if, if they're looking for a program and Jason's willing to do it? Because that's not something everybody can do, is run a bunch of knotheads. They're not Boy Scouts. Yes.
Also, and I was just telling Jason, I was contacted with the Crisis Center before with their diversion program, and I think that Volunteers of America will have a similar program through the county attorney. And they actually used to have an individual who ran that program. I don't know if that exists anymore, but that's a good contact.
She now works for the county attorney.
Okay, perfect. So yeah. Yep.
No, not Rose.
But anyway, there's something there.
And one thing just to add, and the reality is they're not all knotheads, because one of my first things in the interview when I met these people is like, do you have any trades? What's your background? I got plumbers, I got contractors, so I put them to work in that realm.
Sure.
And actually, I ended up hiring a couple over the years. That one of them is the park superintendent back where I moved here from. Yeah.
Well, and everybody makes a mistake, and so, you know, I paid the price.
I'm sorry, I have to go.
Okay.
I'm already past
Well, thank you.
my timing, so I apologize.
I would like to answer Sean's question of an hour ago. I think that town halls are awesome. The couple that I've gone to, I think, while we don't get a whole lot of folks, the water one did, but I think the exchanges within those, like the dog park and the other skate park one, the kids, they had kids participate, and it's a great way to get community interaction, and I was really impressed with those, so.
I think they do good too. Councilman Garner?
I was just gonna say the same thing. The feedback I've gotten from the community is, I think the town halls are probably their favorite thing. The feedback's always, it's very positive. They learn way more than they've learned from most other things. And they like the fact that they can ask those questions. It's so interactive, and you know, right there they're getting instant responses. So that's same feedback.
Sean?
Is it okay if I move on to?
Yes, please.
Economic development? Okay. So I've got Pam up here, and Nate was not able to be here tonight. He's got a family thing that's going on. So complete and implement economic development plan.
Yeah, so we just want to give you an update. We want to thank Andrea. She writing the grant and getting that funded. That was great. So that is obtain the grant. We're working with the final draft on doing the final tweak. Andrea again worked on that base, and then Nate and I are finishing the tweak and hoping in the next couple weeks to get that out for a bid. Of course, Tom ensuring the grant funds, matching funds are there. And so that brings us down to publishing the RFP, which will go out in the next couple weeks. So
And this is for exactly what?
This is for the economic development plan that was through the Wyoming Business Council, and it is actually going through and getting an assessment of what our community, from an economic standpoint, would be what are our assets and what we want to recruit for.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And then they'll do stuff like leakage, you know, get us some new leakage data, like what people are leaving the community for, all that kind of, those details. A very true data-driven report.
And a lot of that's available through the Wyoming Business Council, so we're not going to be buying something that's free, right?
No, this will be one report that'll be specific, very detailed information, and that's why it's taking us longer, because we just don't want to report that we can slap on Evanston's name, or, you know, sometimes we get plans that go on the shelf and we don't ever use again because they're so generic. So we're being very detailed and very specific on what we're asking.
For us, yeah,
For
okay.
us.
Good, thank you.
So why Rawlins? We are going to have a town hall meeting tomorrow night. It's going to be a lot of interaction, so please come. It's at 6 p.m. at the Jeffrey Center. And Nate will not be able to attend, but we set up a really good program for tomorrow night. And so we are moving on that. The survey is out, so if you have not taken the survey or asked someone else to take the survey, please move forward on. There's 5 simple questions on that.
Just a little bit more on that. Just one of the things we wanted to do that we talked about is how we'll preface the conversation, because I know, you know, everyone's focus right now, residents are just water, 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 right?
Yeah.
And so we want to tell them, like, this is more than like, it is a problem, and, you know, like DeBarry was talking about, like, why Rawlins, it looks ugly right now, you know? But this is more than that, it's kind of looking beyond that temporary issue.
Yeah, so I think with the announcement yesterday, I'm gonna be spearheading this, White Rawlins Town Hall meeting tomorrow night. And I really wanna open it up with letting, Sean make a statement about the water, because I wanna be in a positive, like Darryl was saying, that we wanna be, and get some good information. But also I wanna explain, at the initial, before we start doing interaction, is that this is for identity, this is for longevity, this is for down the road. Yes, right now we're having a situation with water, but there's a group of qualified people working on this, on the water. This is a different group, Nate and I, and all of us working together, that we are trying to get us figure out our identity so we can move forward for sustainability. So I want to start the conversation, let's get the elephant out of the room, because they may come to just complain about the water, and that's not what we're here for. Yes, we're addressing that. Yes, we know it's a challenge, but this is a whole nother thing that we as the city of Rawlins are trying to become a better in other situations. So we really talked a lot, Sean and I, today, that we want to address that, get through that, and then move to the exciting, because there are so many great things happening in this city. I mean, there are a lot of things that we are super proud of and should be proud of, and I think sometimes it gets buried. So my focus to start tomorrow night is to really show that we have great things happening. Skate park, dog park, we're moving forward, on different things, and so that's going to be our focus tomorrow night.
I went down to the Francis Presbyterian.
Yeah, that was so great.
I went in there because as a kid I did some things there that. But anyway, having done that, I was talking to the pastor there, and he said, "Come on outside." He said, "I'll show you something." And he said, "You're working on it." The sidewalk there, I don't know if it's a city scraper or whoever did it, broke the curb there. That's one. So then my wife said, "Well, let's cross the street and we'll go take a picture from that dance hall towards the church." I look down and I see that crack going all the way up that sidewalk. To me, that's something that should have been caught when you guys were doing the work, because we hire a contractor and then they're bonded and they got a certain time that they got to fix these problems. And of course, when the date passes, it's nobody's fault. You walk through it, it looks nice, and a month later it's doing something that it shouldn't be doing. We can't go after the contractor anymore. That looks like, to me, it was bad quality of concrete that they used. It's too early. I mean, we just put that not too long ago.
Well, and to answer that specific question, Jabari, is that corner has been redone, those two corners have been redone twice.
I know.
So we did write a CDBG grant to address those curb and gutters. And of course, we've had to prioritize on the community development block grant money, but that is on our radar. That's for safety, for just curb appeal, but that is something that's out there.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's a winter problem, where we allow people to clean their own snow or what.
We actually hire a company. DDA hires a company to take care of that. So that's something I'm looking for funds outside, since we know we can't apply for the CDBG money. But we had applied for $500,000 to take care of some of those sidewalk issues.
Okay.
We're working on that.
Yeah, and then he mentioned that you had been talking to him, so I know you were on the job. I just wanted to mention, I seen that and I said, gee, it hadn't been that long and they did all that work and then it's coming back to haunt us again. But anyway.
So the next item is create and maintain an inventory of properties for development.
Yeah, so I'm going to just briefly go over a few of these. Some of these have been started. I think the biggest one that is high on the radar, which Lou is sitting back here, but it's 6.3.3, which is a dangerous and dilapidated. I think a couple of the council members sit on that committee, but I know that Lou and Ariel and Blaine are really working on that dangerous and dilapidated property inventory. So on that list, putting that together.
Right, and I haven't been to any other meetings due to other engagements I've had, so it's been Ariel and Blaine.
So that's working, and then also move-in ready. We have the move-in ready list for the downtown area, and I'm actually working with Nate to show him the database that we're using so he can extend that to the outside the district.
Great quality experience for incoming and existing businesses.
Yeah, so we have started on quite a few of those. The monthly collaboration meetings we've met. Right now, of course, we don't have a Chamber of Commerce director, but Leslie, myself, Yvonne, and Nate have worked and started working on collaboration on what, where I say this all the time, there's gonna be times when I'm in my lane, he's in his lane, Yvonne's in her lane. Sometimes we're gonna carpool and work on. So I think so far I think it's working really well. So the next thing is create an informative webpage. Again, I want to give a shout out to Andrea. She got the base or gave some information. I know that we had questions with Josiah on how many pages we could add to our existing Civics Plus. So we've got a start on that. And then the next thing is publishing the landing page again. That's working with Josiah. He's had other projects that are a little more important, like the .gov and all of our cyber security, but working with him so we can get that landing page completed. And then the next thing is update forms and processes. Lou, I'm not quite sure where you would, I don't want to let you answer that one on the forms. I know that Nate was talking about it. We had talked about using Sheridan's form, but that's a home rule community, so I think we were talking about any other forms and things, but I don't want to misspeak.
Right, on the forms, we've noticed that we've had some mistakes that we're making corrections on to make them more user-friendly for the community on the planning and zoning and the Board of Adjustments.
And then I think the next one, to create the checklist, infographics, and guide businesses through the process. I've been working with Sandra a little bit. She has some great infographics and some things as Lou and Nate get their procedures or forms, whatever, then we can tweak them from a layout and a graphic standpoint or for an ease. So I think on that, the checklist and the infographics, the whole business process, I think we're going to tag team between our office and those guys on that. And then the next one, the 6.44, which should say the business, I think we've changed it. Expand the Business Innovation Hub. We're pretty much complete. Exciting, 87 to 88% complete, except we will continue to announce new services and new products. A good example of that is Thursday, we're having a Start Your Own Business class, bringing in the SBDC and stuff like that. So we're never going to be complete.
I took the next level class.
Oh.
And I've never seen anything like that since. And even though I'd been in business forever, and I still took it, and I didn't learn a lot, but it refreshed my mind about a lot of things that I had kind of been lax on. I'd like to see, that was a really good program.
You know what, I took that years ago, I forgot about that.
I think you and I are probably in the same class, because it's only taught 1 year, I think.
Yeah.
But it was it was taught 2 years. But it was a really good program, and if you didn't know anything about business, by the time you left there, I think you could go open a business and be successful.
You know what's really great, and this happened, Stephanie and I kind of tag teamed yesterday on, we're going to be having to start your own business, but I was, getting documentation for workforce services yesterday at the job fair saying, the WIOA program, which is Wyoming Innovation and Opportunities Act, which pays for college. I was just getting resources, so when you have these start your own business classes, we would have, okay, here's a way to get certifications or funding. Well, then all of a sudden, ding, 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 Lori Herod or Lori Amaro was there with Blue Cross Blue Shield, and then we met another lady who does the enroll is insurance. I mean, these, if somebody wants to start a business, so we really I actually felt like I took as much away from the job fair yesterday to actually benefit our Start Your Own Business classes and to benefit the Business Hub as I did just going out saying, come to this class. So it's just, to me, you're always learning, you're always innovating, you're always getting resources for yourself or for whoever you're servicing. So I feel like we're really on track with the hub. The other thing I did want to tell you in that list of hub stuff, the Business Innovation Hub, is we will be having, and I mentioned it, is the Startup Challenge through Impact Carbon County, and that should be releasing in the next week or so. That is an Impact 307, Impact University of Wyoming program. So we have to announce it when they announce it. So they have an executive director. So that'll be coming. We're hoping to have a $50,000 purse to start your own business. And that is through the Hub and Impact 307. So that's all that's moving right along.
Business focused engagement.
Yeah, so I think we're starting to see more of that. I have continued to meet with people. I know Nate has met with a few people. Lou has met with people on really focused topics for development or for community development. I had somebody in the Hub this morning, and she is a business owner, multi-generation, and John had a chance to meet her today, and she's just really trying to do something different with a family legacy business, so that was exciting. So I think that one-on-one engagement, I think they're either coming to Lou, coming to myself. From the city standpoint, again, Yvonne and I talked the other day about a project that's happening, and so we're always communicating, so it's working well.
Then competition for businesses to display their products.
Yeah, and that's something that Nate had brought up about that he'd love, like within, like, you know, after we get these start your own business classes and everything, to have an event, kind of like an expo, to say, this is all the really cool things that people are making or distributing or manufacturing. So that, I thought was a really neat idea that Nate thought, just to have a competition similar to the Startup Business Challenge, and maybe have that after they've done the business challenge. So again, seminars and trainings, those are just flowing out whenever we can do those. So the next thing is identify programs and incentives to become more business friendly. The first thing is developing criteria, standards, and/or programs to receive incentives to develop in Rawlins. And part of that is going to come out of programs and suggestions from the Economic Development Plan. That is one of the specific, in a rural community like ours that have wind, what are some of the incentives that we could offer? And they'll also look at the state level. If something it's not that Andrea or I or Nate or Lou don't have or missing, that we would put those, we would learn those from the Economic Development Plan. There's also a plan I'm working on at the state level about building your developers from the ground up. It was a class I took at the National Main Street Conference. It was amazing, and I've turned it over because I think the state should run the program, and then all of us EDOs, economic development agencies, and everything should take the program. But that's a state program about building your developers and teaching how to develop a property, whether it's a housing development or a business. It's a little different than a start your own business, but you know, just taking someone who really wants to start flipping houses and maybe they don't have exactly what they need. So that's a new program I'm super excited about, that we're gonna start at the state level and break it down to the lower level. And then funding mechanisms, of course, next month, I think we're gonna have, that's already on our radar, and getting some people in to come and talk about TIF and all those from AIRS. So that's an update on that, that's happening. And then invite successful businesses from outside of the area to do presentations to local businesses. So I am gonna ask the council, if they run into a business outside the district, outside the city of Rawlins, to let one of us know, Nate or I, or even Yvonne, but especially Nate and I, because I ran into somebody today who's from Casper doing these really cool epoxy floors. And I know that Craig isn't doing anything like that, and this guy is working down at the Rawlins Class building, or the old Shopco building, and I was almost late to council because he's doing the coolest floor in there with epoxy and concrete. And I'm like, you need to like teach our people how to do this. And so again, reading that, so that's a really good example. Tonight happened, I just got a little nosy to see what they were doing in the Shopco building, but learned about this really cool flooring epoxy process. So, any questions on programs?
There's just another comment too. Daryl had mentioned a business in Saratoga that can do low-income housing. They're building them, and they have a program to do that.
Yeah.
And I reached out to him and set up an appointment with a big group of us so that we can.
We'll talk about that. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
on the housing.
Yeah.
And then I've reached out, we're kind of jumping, that's at the end, on a housing program, but Smart Dwellings, who's putting some housing here in Rawlins also. So the one that you set up, so there's 2 different housing individuals that are kind of looking around Rawlins. Broadband, so there's a lot of broadband money coming down the pipe, and you can see on my comments, we were waiting for the business council to approve the rules. We have approved the rules now, so I think those applications come out, so August 15th. So I kind of have, Andrea's super busy on water stuff, so I'm kind of tag teaming with her to make sure on broadband and outdoor rec, kind of making sure we're not missing any dates or opportunities. So we're going to have, if we want to do enhancements and we qualify, we're going to make sure that we're ready to go on this.
It's nice to hear that we're doing a lot on economic development. From the last meeting, it sounded like we didn't have anybody in Rawlins doing anything, and Saratoga's booming, and Sinclair's building, working on their projects, and everybody was doing something, except we kind of just looked like,
Yeah, we have
what are we doing?
Yeah, and we're gonna go to projects next, but there's so much that we're working on and trying to make better and, you know, be smarter and have purpose.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you.
On the development projects, Lou, do you want some updates here? Maybe West End projects there?
You have the old sheet, these are the new sheets. West End.
On the West End project, I've been in contact with the developer and the project manager. They wanted prices on permits, so that was given to them. They did a asbestos abatement on the old radio station. There's asbestos in that, so they're going to reach out to an abater to come and take care of that. They've got comments from YDOT on what's required on their end. So that project, I feel, is moving very well.
Good.
So we make contact at least once or twice a week on different items they're looking for, and we make sure we get them to them in a timely manner. So there's no delays on that end.
No snags with utilities and all that?
They've already done utility work. They've met with Rocky Mountain Power out on that end, the water lines in the front. So as far as the infrastructure for that development, it's like everything is set in place.
Oh, that's good.
So
That's good.
that's a plus for our community.
Yeah.
And the East End project.
Yeah, we're working on another possible developer coming in on the Rochelle Ranch Road, going to the golf course, and we're looking at possibly combining lots 1 through 4 to make this development work. I know there's an abandoned gas line there that I'll have to get with legal on to get a letter for the gas company to make sure that it's okay that once we get in there, if this happens, is terminate that, and that'll be another asset on the east end. So we're working on that with Doug Boyd, and we're just taking that one day at a time as well. I've been in touch with a new developer for Starbucks. I had a message today that we could get plans as early as the middle of August, get the changes done, and start construction the end of September, and be done by March 1st.
That's good.
So they bought the plans from the other previous developer, and they're making changes. Instead of having 2 drive-throughs, they're gonna have one. As we all know, going through McDonald's, that's a nightmare with the 2 windows. So I think that's another possibility there on that end. But they sounded really promising. They're working on 9 of them now across the eastern states. They're working on one now in Kansas City. The company's based out of Kansas City. So they're chomping at the bit, ready to go.
That'll be coming to planning and zoning again? Is that?
As far as I know, and I don't know if legal can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that has already been passed to planning and zoning. There's nothing changing on that site. It's basically lots 1 and 2.
If there are no changes to what was already sent through zoning, it does not have to go back through again.
Right, so they're just gonna change that garbage enclosure, instead of it facing the west, the gates, they're gonna change it to where you come in through the approach, pick up and then go. So I think that's ready to roll as well.
Yeah, downtown projects, that should say 2 downtown projects. Of course, one of them is the Ferguson, so we have met with a boutique hotel group that is potentially interested in that property. And so they've actually had 2 visits with us now, so that would be great. We would not hold the building, we would actually just do some stuff and then sell it to them, but hotel owners. So that would be fabulous. And then we also, and Lou and I are working on this one, we do have someone who is interested in the Wyoming. And so even as bad as it is, so we'll see where that goes. He's a developer out of Cheyenne. So I also wanted to let you know that there are 4 new businesses that have just come into downtown. 1 isn't open yet, but the other 3 are open. So we have a lot of interaction going on outside the district of downtown and in the downtown.
Can you tell us what those 4 new businesses are?
Sure. So one of them is, she is a healthcare provider and an art gallery just in Heidi Cleveland Larson's building. So she actually took the spot beside the chamber. And then we have another business that's going in where Grimes was. That will be a food location with coffee and breakfast and lunches. And then we have YO Lunchbox. Well, Kim Gale actually went in 2 doors up from the post office, and she actually has a boutique, clothing and hair, and then she is working with us on how she can figure out to bring YO Lunchbox at least once a week to downtown where she could park that. So she brought all 3 of her businesses back into the downtown. And when I started 16 years ago, Kim was in the downtown, right on the corner at Tropical Race. So it's really cool. We were reminiscing on the phone the other day. We're like, we could come full circle. So she's back. And then the little spot that is just down from Amanda at Windswept Goods, that one is coming. Some detail. I don't have all the details.
Sure.
So yeah, so those are 4 new businesses.
Well, that's good news.
It's great news.
That is.
Yeah. So, and there is some interest also potentially at the Cloverleaf building for a brand new restaurateur to this community. And just so it's been busy. Yeah, okay. And then, of course, horse racing. Let me give you a quick update on 307 horse racing. They're doing extremely well. They're super happy in this community. And they had gone back and forth that they really wanted to put a restaurant because they took out the kitchen or the whole bar dishwashing area to do that. If any of you guys have been in there, it's very clean and nice. Took my daughter for her 21st birthday. But they took the Hobart dishwashing area and turned it into their check-in area, so they lost some of the kitchen. So they will be getting plans, I think, to lose soon. They're gonna actually add on to the back, still leave a great patio, but add on to the back to have restaurant seating. So that will be another restaurant in the downtown.
You drive by that place, and there's people in it all the time. I drive down that road just to see how busy they get, and it's unreal.
Yeah.
So it's a good business to have down there.
Yeah, and we've got some great responses. People have really, they say it's clean, they don't feel intimidated, they just go in, have a nice time, and then, get some money or whatever.
And scooters?
Or leave somebody on the table.
Yeah.
Don't we have scooters coming in too?
Oh, and then Bird actually got back to me today, and they're moving forward. Thank
Good,
you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So it is very busy. Yeah.
I'll get with you right after this and
Okay.
fill out it just a little bit
Yeah.
more, but,
Yeah.
Lou, do you wanna talk about Title 19?
I'm gonna take it. Wait a minute, let's give you the mic. No, I don't need the mic. So I'm gonna use a visual aid because this is immensely confusing. It was for me, so I'm not assuming that anybody's dumber or smarter than me. But the history of Title 19, as y'all know, in 2020, we had the existing ordinance. In 2020, we made a new one and enacted it and threw the old one away. In 2021, this one had too many problems, so we got rid of it and brought the other one back. So this is where we are right now. The changes that Planning and Zoning and Board of Adjustments and the council approved for Title 19 were made to this version, not to this version. All the changes that were made and approved are no good and have to be redone on the current enacted version. I've already been working with Lou for a week on this to get everything moving as quickly as possible. But basically, because they were so very different, it's not a one-for-one trade of changes made here just fitting into here. The same changes will be made, but they're going to look completely different because the structure of the two ordinances are completely different. So, not great news. But Lou and I are working together on it to try to get it as quickly as possible back through the system. So that is my bad news of the night.
So, changes to secondary building structures is no good.
Correct.
I guess I'm confused at why it's not good, because it followed the, is it because it followed the structure of the one that we rescinded from?
I can tell you the biggest difference. The very first change that was made to Section 23. Current ordinance doesn't even have a Section 23.
What? How is this? This is so frustrating because, I mean, I understand everything ties together, right? But I thought we all did the homework to make sure this worked, and then it's a slap in the face again to have to go back. And it's not just a slap in the face to the council because we approved this, but it's a slap in the face to Planning and Zoning Board and Board of Adjustments that spent several hours together trying to make this work.
And all the work that Lou did with his people to make the changes, absolutely. And I tried to come up with other solutions that didn't require us to throw it all out the window. And there are no other solutions that are legally binding.
Okay, so tomorrow, we have a workshop. What's going to happen with that one?
You're using the correct version on tomorrow's workshop. I verified that. You're using this version for tomorrow's workshop.
I thought we originally started using that version we rescinded to in Planning and Zoning for the secondary building structures, and we talked about moving adding to what it was at that time. So I'm thoroughly confused at how we got a version that's not even in the works of it to work off of.
I understand your question. Obviously, I don't have an answer to that. I don't know how that version got started. The only thing I can tell you is that I identified the problem. I am working very hard with Lou to get it done quickly.
Where's
and
this
that's all
version
I
come
can.
from?
I'm sorry?
Where's it come from?
So we had the Title 19 that we rescinded from. And we went back, since there was issues with the Title 19, and we rescinded from that and went to the version that we're using now. So the intent was, when the changes were made, then we're gonna be drafted into the one we rescinded from. Since that's no longer valid, then that's like a moot document, so that document right now don't even exist,
So we needed to put those changes into that version.
into that one there.
So,
And the same changes can be made, it's just not a one-for-one swap. Those changes are very, well, not easily made. Those changes can still be made to the version we're using. It's just not a page-for-page swap. So that's what's going to take a couple minutes to get fixed.
so when we change those there, I know one person that applied for a building permit got it for the new version. Where's that at then?
Yeah.
I mean, is that still a valid building permit or?
I advised that because this has been contemplated as a change and the change has been approved by the council, that any permits that have been submitted up to the point that the council approved it can be varianced in as approvals. Any received from this moment on have to wait for the ratification of the new version.
Okay.
Because it is not fair, something that is intended to be put into place, it's not fair to the people who relied on that and put these permits in. It's not fair for them to wait another however long before this is fixed.
I appreciate that.
So-
That puts my mind at ease, because I just, I've had 2 boxing matches with 2 different people and it got cured, and then
Yeah.
you're scaring me here, but I appreciate how you're handling that. That makes sense.
I ran it
So
through the city manager. He was okay with us doing that. I think that that is a fair way to do it. We will put a halt on any that come in from here out until we get this fixed.
Sure.
But it wasn't fair to the people who had already submitted, relying on this being good.
Okay.
Being a variance, is it, Sean, okay to just to say, okay, it's okay to go, or does that have to go through a board of adjustment and stuff like that now?
The way I interpret it is that if it is in alignment with the intent of the changes that we can't actually use, so long as it's not outside that, it can actually be approved through the city manager. If it is a variance outside what has been approved, then it has to go through the entire process. Does that make sense?
Will we have to have 3 readings?
We will.
Okay, so we start all over.
And it'll start with a complete revocation of,
Okay.
yes.
Well, I appreciate you identifying the problem and then taking the necessary steps to make it fair to the people that are trying to pay more property tax and build stuff, you know? That's how I look at them, is they're, you know, anyway. Okay. Thanks.
Thanks, Wendy.
Is C1 and C2, is that tomorrow? Or C1 and C2, is that tomorrow? Or?
Some of it's dealing with fencing and stuff like that, so it's all.
Right, we'll deal with fencing tomorrow during the workshop.
And I verified it's the right version.
So please bring the right version.
Oh, you'll have it, trust me.
Sorry, it's just, I mean, it feels like a slap in the face. I mean, there's no other way to really put that. It's to everybody involved, not just us, planning, zoning, board of adjustments, your staff. It's everybody involved. The people that's applied for permits and wanting to move forward. It's a frustrating deal.
And it is, trust me, many hours of no sleep.
Yeah, yeah.
And this here is a slap in my face, and I'll take responsibility for it. I'm not gonna blame legal, I'm not gonna blame my staff, I'm gonna blame myself. So that's the way I'll take it, and we'll make the corrections and we'll move on.
I appreciate it, thank you.
Can we move on, please?
The next item that we have is revamp and increase recreational programming.
Oh wait, can we talk about the downtown?
Oh, did I say something?
Yeah, I just want to give you guys an update. This is the downtown skyline project, which is where we are going to light up all the tops of the buildings, the skyline, whether it's 4th Street, 3rd Street, 2nd Street, city buildings, community buildings. So we have raised, through Passion and Pride's, $90,000 before the cost of increase of electrical supplies. We were on budget and we were ready to completely, I mean, it's gonna look like a runway from I-7 or I-80, I mean, every top of every building. And so we are about $50,000 short now with the cost of wiring and the lights, the actual physical product, and working with Jeff from Acme, keeping me abreast every time on how much pricing is for electrical. But we were $50,000 short. The DDA volunteers, the committees have come together and have a solid plan to raise the additional $50,000, and we're hoping that we will be able to rock and roll. And this will put, literally, we have to make sure we're okay with all the lighting, but from the planes landing, but we're gonna see us lit up when you go down I-80. So that'll be exciting. Yeah, and that's a completely funded program with industry and property owners, business owners. It's just been a Passion and Pride project.
Who pays the light bill?
The individual property owners.
Okay, just curious.
Yep.
Yeah.
Great question.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's amazing though what it figured out to be. Like, let's take Rasmussen's, because we've calculated it out. Her bill will increase like $10 a month.
Yeah, LEDs are.
Yeah. So they'll come on at dawn, they'll come on at dusk, they'll go off at midnight, they'll be on a timer, they'll be on a photo sensor. So they'll only be on anywhere from 3 to 5 hours. But yeah, like when we calculated the watts and everything, Rasmussen's was like $10 a month.
Oh.
So 120 for the year to just, so I'm super excited. I would have really wanted to have this summer, but with the additional funding that we needed to get for $50,000, we just had to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah.
It's gonna be amazing. What?
Is this what's that?
Okay.
How much more?
And then okay, so recreational programming.
So revamp and increase recreational programming opportunities. You'll see on the next page it mentions hiring an additional recreation supervisor position, and none of this would be possible, and I'd like to thank council for supporting our staff and just supporting our movement to really do more as far as recreation offerings for our community, and having that new staff member has really helped. So today, for example, we finished our Tuesdays in July kids camp. Had a kind of a neat afternoon at Tully Park. We worked with mass grading to come and pour some concrete for us, some stained colored concrete, almost Rawlins red. And we had the camp kids come over to Tully Park and put their handprints in the concrete today. And it was just really a neat thing to close out those Tuesdays in July. We started this summer with 2 full weeks of camps. We averaged 25 children per day per camp. It was like a trial for summer camps. One of the things, we don't want to compete with the Boys and Girls Club summer camps, but they don't offer camps in the first 2 weeks of summer, and I believe the last week of summer. So we talked to them prior to doing this, and they were in full agreement and said, go for it. So it was hugely successful. We might consider next summer doing full day camps instead of half day camps. Our biggest question is staffing. Can we find the staffing to operate a full day camp for the first 2 weeks of summer? But the kids loved it, the parents loved it. Our staff did a great job keeping them entertained, and I'm sure they got home and crashed because they were busy all day. One of my favorite things is we have the 2 vans at the rec center, so our staff would take the kids to different parks. So they went to Bolton Park one time, they'd go to Washington Park, they'd go to Rob Roy Park, they'd go to Tully Park. So that was really kind of a neat way to introduce these kids to the different parks we have if they hadn't seen them, and just to get them outside and roll around and get dirty and do things that kids should be doing at that age. We also had an adventure and play program, which was a partnership with the rec center and the Wyoming 4-H. as well as the University Extension Office, so that was a great program. We brought back our youth and adult trips, which have been successful this year. We've done them in the past. We did not have the staffing to do them, plus COVID kind of knocked those out for a few years, but we brought those back and they've been successful this summer. So yeah, lots happening. And it's, I guess, I'm gonna bring up, I thought it was written here, maybe I'm just overseeing it, but we are looking at implementing roller skating. Council approved the capital expenditure for that. Thank you very much for that. I think this community is going to be very grateful to have one more opportunity for families. This is not just for kids. This is not just for adults. This is a program that brings families together, and it's hard to do that. If you think about youth basketball or youth football, you got the kids playing and the parents are spectators. So this is a different situation where you can have a combination of all that. So we're going to kick it off. Mid-October will be the first weekend. We're going to start with Friday evening skates and Sunday afternoon family skate every weekend. The first weekend will be completely free, and we'll be heavily promoting it. We did a little teaser, I think today on Facebook, with a huge amount of support and thumbs up and people talking about being excited to get roller skating here. So we expect all those people to show up. So, oh yeah, so the other part of this is we're going to offer birthday parties, which we're really excited about, give families another opportunity for kids to get together for a birthday other than just swimming. I mean, the swimming is a great way to do it as well, but here's another opportunity. So, and I really, I think that's going to help, you know, really this is to revamp our recreation programs, but also we have 2 years now of this community feedback survey, and a lot of it was give more for teens and more for families to do, especially in the winter months. Well, what more perfect way? So we have the open skate, and then we have the private parties that people can book the gym for 2 hours and have their own roller skating, whether it be for a birthday party or a business party or whatever reason they want to get a bunch of people together to roller skate. We can offer those private parties. So we're just really excited about kicking this off. We've been meeting once a week for 2 months. That's the way I like to plan, is far ahead. And so our staff has come up with some really great ideas. And we want to be thorough. We want to cover all our bases. We've reached out to other municipal skating programs, so other cities that offer roller skating as well as private, just to make sure we're on the right track. So I feel pretty confident that our staff's going to carry out a great program. We're looking forward to it, and council will definitely hear more. We have more ideas, but we're trying to keep it a little bit like a surprise. We don't want to give too much information, but we want to let people know that roller skating is coming to the recreation center this fall. Next here is developing MOUs with facility and or facility use agreements between other local agencies. I guess our first go about this was working with Wendy, and Wendy did most of the work to get an MOU for the use of golf carts for the county fair. So that went through well and is ready for this Friday for the county fair. They're going to borrow some golf carts, but we have a memorandum of understanding what's the city's responsibilities, what's the county's responsibilities, and it's very clearly written. We're going to do the same for Little League. We're going to do the same for the Generals baseball team, and we're going to do the same for youth soccer. I believe that anybody using our facilities, we should have a facility use agreement that says, hey, this is what the city will provide and do, and this is what the, let's say, Little League will be responsible for. So we're going to actually meet with Little League and the Generals since their season's over. They're doing All-Stars right now for Little League. But I want to meet with them so they're part of the process. And it's as simple as, you know, Little League participates in a field preparation training offered by the city. So when they're out there prepping the ball fields and raking the infield mix, they're not doing so without getting water down. They're not letting all that dust up in the air, and the reality is that dust is actually clay, and the more you lose all that clay, the harder the surface becomes. So it's just a clear understanding. And so last winter I had hopes to do it. I did not end up having time. But I've already kind of gotten started on a draft for this year. So this winter, we should be good to go. I'll bring something to council for consideration, and then we'll basically put it to use next spring when the sports teams start up. Meet with traveling sports teams to consider hosting tournaments in Rawlins. One of my staff members was gracious enough to put together a contact list. So I have that now, and I have in my calendar, I think Friday, to start reaching out to schedule a meeting. So we want to meet with these traveling teams and these youth sports groups to see if there's interest in bringing tournaments into Rawlins. This is an idea that Daryl Garner, council member, shared with Sean and myself, and we met and discussed it. I think it's definitely a great idea and something worth pursuing. So just to give you a quick idea, if let's say it's youth soccer and they have a state tournament, or they bring in a big tournament, a traveling team tournament, they'll bring teams from all over the state and all over northern Colorado and more. And guess what? That fills hotel rooms. That brings in more revenues for our local restaurants, and that brings in more sales tax dollars for the city. So it's really a great thing, I think, that we'll pursue, and we'll be starting that here soon.
Jason, on that, what I'd like to also is, if that happens and those come in, to work with the CCVC, Carter County Visitors Council, have them have packets for them, have them have the list of restaurants ready to go. So yeah, those are additional.
Great idea. And then just the last thing, we already talked about the recreation supervisor position. The weight room revamp is in here. People are really enjoying the new weight room, and I want to throw this out there, kind of a little tickler. We are going to host this fall a almost 35th anniversary for the recreation center, because it's actually 34, so we're going to do almost 35th. And we're going to have a week of activities and events and membership deals. And we're going to kind of showcase the recreation center, because we have new carpet, we have new hydration station, drinking fountains throughout the facility. The gym floor, as we speak, is getting completely resanded and refinished, all new lines and everything. We have the new weight room, so we want to showcase that to our community, and we want to really start selling or encouraging people to get those memberships. You get a discount in recreation programs, and it's a great deal to stay healthy and fit and active all year long. So you'll see more information about the almost 35th anniversary of the Recreation Center.
Okay, and I think to close out community and economic development, and we touched on this a little bit, is the Housing Authority Program. And super excited, like Sean and I talked a few minutes ago, is there's a couple developers, Smart Dwellings is very interested in doing infill. So that is different than the housing developer that we're going to meet with next week, which he likes to do new development. So I think it's a good combination that we would have a developer coming in. I know Marie Chalene used Smart Dwellings. They're on their second home here, but that's an infill project versus the other contractor would be a housing development. So that's going on. And also you can see over in the big notes, if you click on it, again, at the National Main Street Conference, we learned about a Kansas rural housing financing program, and it's really amazing. So when Governor Gordon was here a couple weeks ago, I talked to him because it would be a state program that he wants to maybe spearhead a task force with WCDA and maybe this is changing some legislation, but he was just really excited to have this model that we could use, because my favorite thing is let's not create, let's just R&D, which is rip off and duplicate. So that's really exciting to kind of get some traction going on some housing projects here in housing in Rawlins. Any questions?
Sounds good.
Thank you, Tom.
We just do our little exercise one more time. If the council has any suggestions or thoughts on community and economic development, we welcome your thoughts. Are we going where we want to go?
It's really hard to quantify economic development. It always has been, you don't know whether it would have happened with or without the encouragement or whatever, but I think all the things that I'm hearing, we're doing all the right stuff, and the only way to not succeed at economic development is to not do it. And I think you're doing a great job, and just keep it up. just keep all them opportunities out in front, and it's like fishing. Sometimes they bite and sometimes they don't, but it, you know, we are doing the right things as far as relaxing some of our requirements. We're more inviting, I think, by some of the things that's going on in Lou's office. We're doing economic development by correcting some of those things, and then just being inviting, and everything you talk about's right, Pam. So
I second what you just said about Lou too. Like I've talked to certain developers, our West End that came in and they're like, this is the best experience I've had with the city, and that's awesome. That's what we need to capture them, you know. But I just, in conclusion, I would say we have just listening to this and kind of taking it in. We have such great people doing great things, and it's awesome.
I agree. How close are we to being done?
We're done.
All right. Oh. I didn't need to ask that. I just was feeling sorry for the bar here. No. My butt is killing me.
Well, I need to get up early and leave town again.
What is this? Was this mine?
I was gonna ask for something.
The morning after my party, I've been dreading that trip to Denver. I don't know why I agreed to do that.
The report sounded a lot better than last week.
Well, she's
but it ain't
her job to do